Sir, you're charged with it.
Why is a dog chewing on this guy?
I don't think that's him, Mark. I don't think that's him. I think they've got the wrong guy there.
The wrong guy. The dog was biting him.
Roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
I completely messed that up. I told you that it wasn't going to work. The audio wasn't going to work, and I tried to play the audio anyway. So, you can hear the music now, though, right? Thumbs up if you can hear the music. I think you can. Let's bring this over here. There we go. All right, first in chat the second time around was Ashley. Ashley, congratulations. Let's see. Oh, you cover me now. See, I'm down here. Ashley, congratulations. First in chat. Spicy maple bourbon pickles for the win. Love it. I'm going to move where I am. Let's see. There's my... Just 1 second. I need the fan back. I'm trying to get everything in place. Let's go over here. There's our fan. All right. We're almost back to normal. Now show me 7 on screen so I can see that. All right. Multi-view here. Wow. Okay, a little confusing. So to get the audio, I need to share that differently. So just let me set that up, and then we'll start looking at bringing guests in. So I have to get everything put together like this. Here we're going to watch. Okay, so we're going to have that on this window. Nope, not that one. This one. Bring that over. Oh, we're going to leave that right there and just make it full screen. And then on 7, here we go. Here we're going to say present, share screen. Also share audio. Okay, so now that's working. Okay, so we've got our only fan. I think we're going to shrink it down. Well, I don't know how we're going to do that. All right, so here's how it works. If you look in the description of the video now, we have an open chat Friday is what we have, because court is really quiet today. There's not a lot going on. So if you're interested, everyone's like, what is happening? What is going on? Allison, if you're interested, this is a time to, here's what I'll say. Here's what's all right. It's a time to be brief and to share. We don't want like 1 or 2 people taking the whole time, because then other people will feel like they can't connect. This is not, I'm not expecting professional studios, anything like that, but connect, just show your face, show your pet, drop a shout out to a friend, a birthday wish to somebody who maybe we missed on the sing time. If you have a YouTube channel, I'll let you jump on and do a little spot on that, as far as say who you are and what you do. If you just want to tell us a little bit about you, introduction, show and tell, that's all okay. All we ask is we keep it appropriate for YouTube, just so that the channel still is around tomorrow. and that we be respectful to everybody. I also do ask that you do your best to make sure we have at least some good audio. I would prefer to have video with everything because I can't really tell who it is until I can see the video. So you can connect with video. Does that work? Pants required. Not well. No, Greeners. I'm not going to say pants required. I'm just going to say if you do celebrate No Pants Friday, don't let us know through the video in any way. That would be probably the best option. But I think the description is, or the link is live. I'm going to also post it here in the comments if I can get it to work. I think that's the link right there. That link will get you right in here. It's very easy. You can join with any phone. So you don't need a computer and a camera and lights and all the fun equipment to join. Just be dressed for court, at least from the part that's shown on the screen. What if No Pants Friday means a dress? Miss McGuire, then a dress it is. Day on the docket. It's going to a meeting in an hour. The meeting's for 2 hours. What are the chances we get a verdict in that time? Very high. Very high. I'm sorry. That's just a recipe for calling the jury back. Is anything going on in the courtroom? Can you see the courtroom here on the screen? That's oh, I can see it. I can see now that you can see it. So yeah, it's good. Nothing is happening in court. Nothing at all. Amber's like, whoops, I almost joined on accident. I realize some of you are at work, and though they are able to hide the screen and watch and listen covertly at work, joining on a video call may or may not be allowed. So we'll leave it. We'll leave it that way. I'm okay with shorts in court, but just keep it all good. Let's see. Who do we have first? We have Angela. Angela, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. How are you?
Does it sound funny?
What?
Does my audio sound okay?
No, it sounds good.
Okay.
So, do you want some coffee? I just made the French press. It's espresso. So it's not a. No, I mean fresh espresso shot. Sorry.
Oh. Isn't French press? Isn't that a way to make coffee though?
Yeah, it is, but I prefer the espresso.
Oh, thank you. I'll pass though, but I appreciate it. I've had a little water. I've got some more.
Look how cute the mug I have.
Let me see if I can get rid of.
Oh, it's Car's mug.
Oh, nice, Lightning McQueen. And who's the other one?
Yeah, I have no idea. I have to ask my brother. I may have stolen his cup.
See, I'm trying to figure out where we can put people. Maybe if I put the screen on. I don't know. Oh, sorry, Vicky. I just removed you. Welcome, Vicky. Good to have you here. Virginia Little's trying to connect right now. We're trying to add everybody in. How do I make this smaller?
You got to customize your thing at the bottom.
Edit the layout.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get the OnlyFan down here, and let's make us a little bigger, shall we? There we go. I'm building it live right here. Hopefully I can save. Can you save these once you build them? You say,
yeah, you might have to delete one, but you should be able to save it.
Okay. Well, we've got a few people in here. Welcome, Virginia. Welcome, Vicky. Let me turn on everybody's names here in case I don't have them right now, so everyone can see who.
Hi, Scott.
Does anybody have a pet with them?
I do.
I don't. I don't have any pets.
No pets.
And the one that I used to dog sit, he is on vacation too. So.
Oh. Did that cat just get woken up?
I'm at work.
Yes, she did.
That cat looks like it wants to go back to sleep. Virginia, you're at work.
Yes.
Do you want to share just generally what industry you work in?
I own a construction company.
Really? Is it more residential, commercial?
Commercial.
Awesome.
Commercial.
That is really cool. That's really cool. I don't know how to use a hammer, so I couldn't help you even if you hired me. But that's awesome. What's on everyone's mind today? Who wants to kick something off and get the conversation going?
I just wanted to hop on, say thank you again for sharing my channel, and I'm currently trying to get a bunch of like old trials to put together, so I'm not doing anything live, but yeah, that's what's happening.
That's awesome. Vicky, congratulations. It's a huge threshold, and I think you're going to grow. You're doing a great job. I love the on-air light behind you.
Thank you. It was so hard to find.
Where did you end up getting it?
I got it at a store here that sells UK things. But what I really wanted is, because I was in radio for years and years and years, I wanted that actual radio one that when I hit live mic, it goes to...
It's tied into the audio system.
I'm hearing too much stuff at one time. See y'all later. I'm out.
We'll see you, Virginia. Thanks for stopping by. Sorry about that.
Oh, also, I see you can't actually see it in the video right now. Yeah, anyway, it's you can probably get it on Amazon, but they are difficult to get. Apparently, they don't get made that often anymore, and people don't really go on air anymore.
Have you seen the little flip? I can't remember who makes them, but it's a little automated flip counter that shows how many subscribers you have.
No, I was trying to figure it out. I only found when I was waiting for the 500, I only figured out how you guys show that live thing like 2 days later.
Let's see. Smurl makes a social media counter. Let me see if I can show this on screen. And they don't have one officially for YouTube, but you can sort of make it yourself. Or you can buy one and program it yourself to work for YouTube. But let's see, just one second. What camera can I use? Oh, it's down here in the corner. That's terrible. Let me turn that off. Still trying to figure out how to use this thing. Let me make 3 on my camera. Okay, so Smurl, it's an Instagram, TikTok follower. It's a clock, and it's the old-fashioned kind where the numbers are actually, they're cut in the middle. As it rotates, it flips the thing down. So it's a physical counter, and it makes a little whirring sound when it counts up, and it updates live. They're like $600 or $700. They're ridiculously expensive. But the crazy thing is, when you get one, when somebody clicks a follow, they can see it happen. Like in real time, within 2 to 3 seconds, it'll just update and pop there on the screen. We've got a hardware store down the road from me that has one of these, and they say, "Hey, follow us on Facebook." And when you follow, it goes chink, and it counts, and you can see which follower you were. They're
so cool.
Really cool. A little expensive, and they don't, for some reason, they don't they don't say that they allow YouTube as a function for that. I cannot get this thing to save for the life of me. There it is.
It's kind of funny that I had to learn everything streaming wise from you, and then now I know StreamYard
better than I do.
And you know the other, yeah, like StreamYard was so much trial and error that I had to take a lot of time and a lot of YouTube tutorials to figure out.
Okay, I'm going to make this right here. There we go. And save. Doesn't want to save custom layout 3. Sure. Why does it just default back to, oh, I save it and then I get to go there. Okay, that makes sense. I'm here now. I figured out how to do it. As far as Karen Reed, thoughts on what's taken them 15 hours to deliberate?
The only thing
They'll be done
the only
before
thing
the end of the day. They're not going to go over a weekend. There's no ways.
Yeah, I think that's true. Especially because it's 4th of July week next week. So I don't know how many days the court is closed. So you guys may know better.
With 4th of July, it should only be closed that day, but I think it won't be. Welcome, Riley. I don't think they want to work over 4th of July. Riley, I see is that a goat?
Yes, it's a goat. There's also some donkeys.
Is it a screaming goat or a fainting goat?
She's very angry. I'm on this side of the fence, though.
Where?
I'm going to hop off, RA.
All right. Thanks, Vicky. Congratulations on your channel. Give Vicky a follow if you haven't.
Thank you.
I will.
We'll see you. Riley, where in the world are you connecting from?
Texas.
All right. The great
Let me go
giant
get-
state of Texas.
Hold on. Let's go see. We got more farm animals this way.
There is a funny story regarding Jackson and his trials overlapping with the holidays, because I did follow his Weinstein case,
Mhm.
and jury deliberations overlap with Thanksgiving, but not the last Weinstein where he was found guilty, but the previous one where he was when the jury was hung.
Huh.
And the judge was like, I'm gonna send you home and you have like a week off and then come back.
And come back and don't talk to anyone. You meet all your family, have a huge celebration, but don't talk about the case at all. Riley has a pig there. Is that a potbelly pig, Riley?
Yeah, she's a potbelly cross. Yeah. So she's
looks
not full potbelly, but she's mixed. Don't bite me.
I see you having her at arm's length. But
yeah, the other one's more friendly. Let me grab the other one. They're eating breakfast, so they're in a mood.
Good morning, Ada K. Welcome.
Good morning.
How you doing this morning?
I'm doing an EGG look this morning.
Don't bite me.
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm ready for this to be over.
It seems like it's been longer than it is. I mean, 15 hours is not a long time to deliberate when you look at a 9-week case. But for some reason, I think we're looking at the 9-week case and saying we're ready for it to be done, even though the jury just barely started.
Yeah, I think that the jury, people forget that if they are doing their due diligence, first of all, they have to reread the new court instructions. They have to know and understand exactly what they're being asked. They have to read all the verdict selections and options they have. They have to fully understand that. And then they have all this evidence they have to go through. And they did have a question about some evidence that they wanted to see that isn't there and was not presented in trial, so they can't have it. So obviously, to me, they're doing their job and they're going through the evidence. And I'd rather them take 3, 4, 5 days and get it right and do their due diligence than to come back in 30 minutes and it be done and there be a lot more questions.
Yeah. I think they're doing a good job. I'm honestly, I'm having a hard time believing that with all the hubbub and just the noise and the protests and the support that's going on outside the courtroom, that these jurors every day can come in and say, I didn't hear anything about the case. It's reached a level that all the local press is covering this like crazy. I mean, it's leaked over into their Canton board meetings and everything else. You go downtown to get food at the restaurants, and people are wearing the free Karen Reed shirts, and they have to be like in their house, just keeping their blinds closed and not watching TV to be obeying the judge's admonition. But so far, they all say they have.
I would venture to say that they have probably turned the TVs off, turned off the computers, turned off everything. They see the chaos that's happening. Hi, Riley. But I don't think they. I I believe that they are doing their job and not paying attention and keeping everybody's voices away from them. And I hope their families are being respectful and not questioning and not trying to get information or put an input. But this kind of reminds me of the O.J. Simpson trial as far as the coverage, in the sense that you can't get away from it 100%. But the point is what you hear can't sway your decision. You have to be able to separate what you see in the chaos outside the courtroom with what your job is. That if I was a juror, that's how I'd be looking at it. And it would be hard for me not to be on social media considering what we're doing here. But I could do it, and I would have no problem doing it. But as far as seeing what's going on out there, I think that they have to just separate that out. As hard as it is.
I wonder if we have a situation where the jury does at least understand the scope of the interest in the case and saying, look, this is our shot, right? We have an opportunity here to capture the world's attention and then literally monetize it with a big interview afterwards on, I don't know, name your network. And they would, if they could fly all the jurors out to talk. Of course, you never get a jury where everyone is on the same page or for the same reasons. They might all agree on something, but they all have their own different reasons. So there's always people who don't want to talk and people who do. But I wonder if they're looking at this and saying, okay, we're going to write a book, or we're going to do a tell-all, or let's we've been locked up here for 9 weeks. Let's have this agreement. When we're all done, we're going to charge this much for an interview, and we each get to take, we're going to get paid for our jury service.
There's always going to be somebody in there who's going to want to monetize on this. And honestly, let's think about it. How much does a jury get paid every day?
Maybe 20 bucks a day, 25 bucks a day.
Yeah, if that. And probably horrible free lunches. But I can't see the name from here. I'm getting new glasses. I've reached that age. I'm thinking about contacts because this sucks. But anyway, they've lost a lot of income being where they are, and not every job has that protection. There's a few. I know in the state of Texas, if you work for the state and you are in a jury, you get to maintain your salary, but there's a decrease, but you get to maintain at least, I think, the minimum wage. But don't quote me on that. But it is financially a hit, and if they can recoup, I have no problem with it. But I think what we all need to do is remember who and why we're really here, and that's John. And I think he's getting lost in this a little bit. And
I hear you. His the interesting thing is one side, the side that is against Karen Reed, uses the Justice for John, Justice for JJ hashtag on social media. And arguably, those who are for Karen Reed could use the same tag because they both want justice for JJ, but they feel that a different person should be held accountable. But let's see. Thank you, Angela. Sorry, I missed your chat there on the side, but I got it.
Thank you. Well, it's I actually got home early last night. I watched you, and I was just putzing around my house, and I don't know if you know this, but my husband was charged with a crime and was ultimately convicted. And it was such huge news in my neighborhood. And I had news media outside my home. Now, I was involved in the crime, didn't know about it. I was the innocent spouse in this and the children. It was something to do with computer. But the thing is that I fully understand the nerves and waiting for the verdict as a family member and what they're going through. And I understand. I had to testify. I ended up testifying. I understand, like with the George Kelly trial and the wife getting up there and testify. I did that. And at the time, I always told everybody, until someone shows me he's guilty, I'm going to be on the side. He's my husband. I saw no evidence, innocent until proven guilty. Unfortunately, that changed. But the point to all that is that a lot of people in the media and everybody, including us, have to remember that it's not just John O'Keefe's life. It's not just Karen Reed's life. It affects the children. It affects the parents. It affects everybody that they have in their lives. And this is so stressful and horrible for them. You cannot understand the depth of the stress of sitting here and waiting for verdict. It's a nightmare. There's a video, I don't know if you saw it, going around with her attorney and a couple of them going out for dinner, and he hugs her.
Yeah.
From behind. Did you see that video?
I saw it.
Like, look, guys, they have been for what, 2 years now working together. This has been a very close, and you can build friendships with your attorneys. You really can. And I think it was just an innocent moment, letting off steam.
And move the court up there so it doesn't.
Mental health of the jurors. Yes, that is good. Mm-hmm.
They at least can talk to each other now, at least, but only when they're deliberating. But that only is a benefit, and that only helps them if they agree with the other people. If the other people disagree with them, it's not really a support group for them at all. It's another fight. But KBF.
Some counties and some states do provide counselors for the victims' advocacies, and other organizations do provide free counseling to jurors and those who are involved in cases such as this. So they do have some mental health they can receive once this is done.
Yeah, and plus they get out of jury service for the next little while as well. So they get a pass for a bit.
I think they should get out for life on this one. What do you think? I think they've done their duty.
Let's see. Can we not discuss the video? It's a strong point of contention on real versus fake, and that it's going to incite some of the incredibly strong opinions. It's out there. I mean, it is what it is. I can't speak one way or another. It's just it's some of the chatter that's going on. I mean, every time they leave the courthouse, every time they enter the courthouse, what they're wearing, how they're walking, who they're talking with, their facial expressions becomes part of the banter that's surrounding this trial. And it's almost become a paparazzi type scenario with any out of court conduct.
See, I lived under that pressure. We were on the news for 2 years. We were on the news every day of trial. They scrutinized how I walked, when I held his hand, if I held his hand. The same thing. I hugged a friend coming out of the courtroom, and it was a male, distant relative friend type situation, and all of a sudden I'm having an affair. So I've been there. So I feel I'm qualified to say everything is not what you see. And I'm against them labeling it, but it's going to happen. There's nothing we can do about it.
Yeah. How many hours has the jury been out for? Just under 16, I think. 15 and a half, 16, somewhere around that range. Depends on whose counter is going. They started about 9:10 this morning. The interesting thing, the judge said to them on last night as they left, she added an instruction she hasn't said ever before, and she told them to go home and clear their minds and then come back and start again. They have not told us, or there have been no questions or nothing sent to the court that would indicate that they are having problems thinking this through. Right. All we have is the question that said they wanted the report for the cert team, and that they wanted to go home early that day. That's all we've got from the jury. They're on their own. They pretty much have been hands off all this time. But interesting that the judge would give them that admonition to clear their minds and then come back and do it again.
Well, some people are complaining that they're leaving at 4. I have no problem with that. This is such a mentally stressful and draining situation they're in. It's all on them. Lives are on their shoulders.
Not only that, but the jurors are drawn from the whole county. So you've got to consider some of these jurors have a commute to get there in the morning and a commute to get home in the evening. And so, yeah, they're getting out a little bit early, but then they have however long the drive time is and whatever traffic to get back to their lives every day. So I think a little consideration on that part is perfectly appropriate.
Yeah, definitely.
The bailiffs are sworn not to say anything. The only communication should be written. The bailiff should not be sending any information to anyone else or allowing other people to even get that information. That's why the bailiffs are put under oath for the jury deliberation.
Yeah, they can't even tell the judge what they hear.
I'm curious. One way or another, either there are two options, right? Either we get a verdict today or we don't, and that takes us into the weekend. There won't be deliberations over the weekend, I'm sure. If the court goes home at 4, hey, we have Amber on the phone. Amber, I think we might have voice only from you. Is that right? You might be at work.
Maybe not.
Okay. All right, and Selena, I think, is connecting as well. I was going to ask. I was going to put the question out there that either way, we all have a Saturday tomorrow. And I want to know what people's plans are as far as would it change if there isn't a verdict? Or are some of you like saying, I'm not going to go on vacation, I'm not going to do this, I'm waiting for the verdict? Or is anyone that invested in it? Selena K, welcome. How are you doing? Selena.
Hey, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
I'm doing well. Good morning.
Where are you at again, Selena? Oh, we've got a pet girl. Where are you at?
I live in West Valley, Utah,
right.
And you can hear my pets probably.
You hear a little barking. They probably hear voices that they don't recognize. Plans for the weekend. Anybody want to fess up to what they have going on, especially if it's really exciting and they want to bring us along? Amber, you were just working on a website. What are you doing?
Come back to me in just a second.
Okay.
I was gonna either go look for a powwow or geocaching.
Ooh.
Or storm chasing, whichever happens in the state of Texas.
I'm familiar with geocaching, and I'm familiar with storm chasing. As a powwow, as in like an Indian powwow?
Yes, I'm Irish, but I'm also Cherokee Cree. I do Native American beadwork. A lot of the regalia you see is excessively heavily beaded. I have full regalia, and we make it ourselves, and it is very time investive. It's excruciatingly a lot of hours. I think my regalia, I have over 600 in, probably have another 600 to go to finish it.
Wow. And at a powwow, is it sort of like a swap meet, or is it more of in that, is it open to just whoever wants to come and appreciate and
powwows are open to the public. There are times that they have times where people can come on the floor. There's a circle. The drums are usually in the middle. And the circle, you're not permitted in the circle unless you're in regalia. But there are times, and they have competitions, different dance competitions, but there are times where they invite the community to come in the circle and get to kind of learn how to dance. There is actually quite a lot of meaning behind a lot of the regalia. There's a lot of meaning behind the dances. We have fancy shawl for women, which is a shawl that's real fancy. We have the jingle desk. We have traditional cloth, which is what I have. We have traditional, hide dresses and such. The men have the different dances. They have the gourd dance, the chicken dance, the fancy dance. They have all kind of stuff, and they have competitions, and people win money. It's kind of like the rodeo circuit.
Yeah.
In the sense, a lot of the dancers kind of follow powwows all over the place. Sometimes they support their families doing that. And then they have an open market, usually just outside the circle, where they sell their wares and different things and good food. Oh gosh, y'all, food. Have you ever had Indian fried bread?
When you said the chicken dance, I think you're talking about a different chicken dance than the one I do.
Oh,
Do. That's yeah. That's the one I know.
They have a grass dance, and like the grass dance, for example, is when they would move the tribes that moved locations. They had to stomp down the grass. Well, what's the best way to do an activity like that you're absolutely bored with than to add music? And they had a drum, and so they all would get together and they'd stomp down the grass doing a grass dance.
That sounds really cool. Good luck. I hope you find a powwow. I mean, the other things are good. Geocaching, that's great. Storm chasing is awesome. I hope you find a powwow around.
Whichever avails itself. But if there's on jury watch, this chick is right here.
That's cool. Welcome, Lady Draconis. A great mod for another channel. Good to finally see you. We've seen you in chat quite a bit. Where are you connecting from? What part of the country?
I'm in Georgia.
Georgia.
I'm in crazy Georgia.
That's the state I drove through Georgia and I wouldn't even stop for gas. I was so nervous. I was just like, speed limit all the way. Don't look at anybody. Just
as long as you're close to a military base, you're fine.
We had just watched the Hannah Payne case. I'm like, okay, I'm just going through. I don't want to.
Stay out of Fulton County.
Yeah. Last thing I want is Judge. What's her name? Fulton County.
Oh, Manning.
County. Yeah, Judge Manning. I'd never want to be in front of her. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Georgia is pretty much front and center in a lot of different cases going on, and it's just absolutely nuts.
Yeah, from the political side all the way through Young Thug and quite a few of the higher profile ones as well have been in Georgia.
And then we hosted the debate last night. Plus, we had U.S. men's soccer national team in the same city at the same time that happened. So Atlanta was pretty busy, apparently.
It's crazy. It's awesome, though. It brings in some good revenue dollars. I mean, with tourism and people who want to be there. And
Dragon Con is in Labor Day weekend, so that's going to be huge because all the stars comes into the Atlanta area, and it's for an entire weekend. So I'm probably going to hit that up.
Dragon Con?
Mm-hmm.
Is it like a Comic Con or?
Yes, it's very, very large. It spans pretty much the whole entire downtown area.
Wow, that sounds awesome. It sounds cool. Might be worth a visit then.
It is.
Put Georgia back on the list.
Yes, it's very fun. I went last year. Met up with another mod of Rob's, and we hung out for a little while, and so we got to have a pretty good time. So it was really fun.
That's sweet.
But yeah.
Awesome. Well, welcome. Do you have a pet?
I do. She's downstairs, so she's a Shepherd Husky mix. She's my old lady.
Oh,
so
nice.
she's in. Yeah, I post pictures of her every now and then whenever she lets me.
Cool. Now you are a mod for Rob on Lawn Lumber, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you do other channels as well, or is that just to keep you busy?
Just him, and then your Top Mark Media.
All right.
Your Todd.
If yeah, it's very tough. But also, like, if people ask me to jump in, I will. But like, I think I backed you up one time during the Maya case.
Mm-hmm. What if you care to share? What is your main hobby, interest, or profession?
Right now, I'm a PhD student in instructional design. That's what that's kind of like a
sweet. And so you have spare time to mod on a channel.
Plus my kids. I play video games too, so I'm usually playing video games whenever I'm just to decompress decompressing from being gaslit by Lally.
Yeah, you shared with us that the Steam sale was happening. I went on and started looking at that. I have not bought any yet, but I was thinking
you mentioned it.
Either
it was
Helldiver. It was Helldiver or No Man's Sky is what I'm looking at right now.
I actually bought Kingdom Hearts.
Haven't played that one.
That think Disney meets Final Fantasy.
Disney Final Fantasy. It's a
God.
like a PG-13 Disney.
Oh yeah. Because I think the second game had like you travel to different worlds and it's different movies. Like you had Pirates of the Caribbean in the second, then you had Lion King, just different Disney movie cartoons, and they follow along some of the storyline in some of the movies. It's actually pretty good. I enjoy it a lot.
That's awesome. It's awesome. Selena, if you got a second, what's your main hobby, interest, or profession that keeps you hopping?
My
Is it working? Your audio's a little jumpy.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yep.
Okay. My main hobby is wool applique.
What can you describe that for me? I'm not familiar.
Applique. I do wool applique. Well, while I watch the trials, I do wool applique. And what it is I cut out little pieces of wool. I wonder I'm on my computer. I'm having issues.
I'm curious.
You can hear me now?
We can hear you.
Have you ever applique on Native American? Because my dress is made of wool.
Okay, anyway, I'm getting a feedback. All right, I'm not sure why. I'm hearing myself like way after.
I don't know.
But anyway, I cut little pieces of wool out and I sew it back together and I make projects with it. Quilts. I have these beautiful quilts. I'll show you a quilt.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm hoping that they have a verdict today. I've made the joke that they're holding out past the 4th, but
that's not even funny.
It's not, but
that's like the Cavalcante manhunt. It was like, hey, it was cool. This is oh wow. Hang on one second. Selena, let me see if I can put you in a spotlight here.
That's
very
my
pretty.
wool applique.
Ooh, gorgeous.
It's got a lot of it is Halloween. Okay.
Got the sunflower.
So that's what
pumpkin.
I do. And if you can
pumpkin,
see all
the
the little
ghosts.
pieces, I cut.
That's gorgeous, actually.
That's cool. That looks awesome. Thanks for sharing that. I see Amber's graced us with her pet's presence as well.
Puppies.
Puppies.
I've only got a minute because my phone is gonna die because I forgot to charge it last night.
You were texting me at like 1:30 in the morning, weren't you?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Since we were doing a palette cleanse for YouTube after this chaos, I thought I would give an update on the puppies that we had in October.
I see you've rehomed all of them.
Every single one of them.
How many do you have left? Did I see 3?
All 4.
You've got 4. Oh my goodness. And what's
along with 3 adults, including Mama.
What's the breed?
It's my Halloween quilt.
The breed, they're American.
It's a Halloween park. So if you see, like, look at the top of this. This is all like, it's in a park, but it has, oh my gosh, I'm not showing it really well. But the border, see, there's different quilts, and it's this is my park village. It has a gazebo. Yeah, has all kinds of fun stuff.
Every square
this
is
is
a
what
different
building. I do when I watch you. All right, I usually.
It looks amazing. Selena, we're having a weird audio issue. That's your audio's looping back like 30 seconds after. We might have to drop you off because it gets a little confusing to follow. But thank you for sharing your quilts. Those are beautiful. Appreciate you joining with us.
Leave and come back in.
I don't know if it's a computer issue or the audio issue. So I'm not sure if that will fix it, but we could try doing that.
I just wanted to show y'all so y'all get an idea. This is the best I can show.
Ooh.
Focus. There it is.
Oh, wow. Vibrant
That is
colors.
gorgeous.
And a lot of detail work on that.
And that is wool that is hand woven. It's like $150 a yard.
Man.
But, every bead, every stitch.
That's
trade cloth.
That's actually not bad.
How do you stay cool wearing that?
You don't. This is, I tell you what, I am in the process of making a cotton dress with all the same details for the summer. And then I'll wear this one in the winter. But this is the first time I made any of this. All of that was a first. And
that is amazing.
Yeah. I still got a lot of work to go. In fact, I'm beading a lot of times.
Yeah.
Still got the only fan.
Come here.
I'm trying to keep the fan on the screen. It keeps adjusting a little strangely, but
baby.
Got it there.
This is my service dog. Come on, up. You don't want to up.
Amber, what breed of dogs are those? Oh, I see you've got an OnlyFan too. Amber showing she's got OnlyFans.
I was trying to help you out.
Not that kind of stream, Amber.
Well, that's why I don't have the other two pups in here, because the other two are boys and we don't need to be on only pause. So
yes,
I figured I'd leave them out of this stream.
Nice.
At least for this time. The breed is they are American Staffy and Cane Corso.
All right. I met some Staffordshire Bull Terriers over in England that were just the nicest dogs, but one of them was the stupidest dog I've ever seen, and it ran through a screen door, just head down, just ran through. Couldn't wait for the owner to open it. I was just excited to go out and meet the person on the outside, but they opened the first door and the dog just went right through and just pulverized the door. Just like
that ain't good. That ain't fun.
I think mine has bent a kennel door before and slipped out with it still locked.
It's like a raccoon. Raccoons will tear up a cage too.
I haven't had those experiences. Mine's a service dog. She's just licking.
He's well trained.
Oh, y'all. She was originally trained for the blind. She was born and trained from birth for the blind. And she was matched with a very small, petite young woman. And they went to walk outside, and it had just rained. A lab that hates water. She won't walk through water. So they were going to wash her out, but then they realized her sound was phenomenal. So they retrained her and became my hearing dog. And people don't understand the value of these dogs. A blind dog is a Cadillac of all service dogs, $80,000 from birth to training, and then another 30 to train her for my ears.
That's a ton.
My old lady's a true rescue. Somebody dumped her off after she had a litter of puppies, and we took her in, and we've had her for 12 years. So,
oh, I've always had rescues. She's the first I've had like this.
Well, I have my first pet since getting married, and that was the cat. And the cat chose us. I didn't choose the cat, but now we're very glad we have it. Miss Kevin says, the day I became a member, I was having my son. I told the doctor we had to hurry up because we had court at 8 a.m. She was very confused. Miss Kevin, thank you. Member for 5 months.
I've said that before.
Oh my goodness. Some people just don't understand. We've got priorities here.
I'll have to bring my capuchin up here, and we'll have to do a live with my monkey.
Oh man, I
was
tempted. That's an exotic pet that I would like. I would like a monkey, and I realize they're crazy. You require a lot of work and training, and you just have to adapt to their life quite a bit. But I just always thought it'd be cool to have a monkey.
Well, she was. There's a place called Helping Hands They are monkey helpers that help quadriplegic, paraplegics, and they're highly trained. Well, the woman one of the people who used to work there retired, and she offered to help train a monkey for me. And I'm going to see if I can share screen. I've got a picture of her up.
Let me make sure I've got it loud here.
No, it's just a picture.
I know I have to make sure that it lets you though.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm sharing right now. I stopped the share.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay, go ahead. Try now. See if it works.
Oh, it didn't. What do I got to do? Let's see.
Do you see the?
It's a little picture on the side. It popped up as a picture on the side of my. Let's do this. I have it in. I'm going to stop sharing.
Oh, wait, do it again one more time. I see it. I just have to put it on screen. That was working.
Okay. There we go.
Add to stage. There it is. Let me move it so we can all see it. How about that?
That's my little girl.
Aww.
And she sleeps with me. And when the alarm goes off, she taps my face. When the fire alarm goes off, she jumps on you. So they trained her for my ears in the home. But my hearing has gotten so bad. I'm totally deaf now. I need something outside the home. So the service dog is more outside the home and at work, and then she's in the home. So my dog gets a break.
That's awesome. That's really cool.
But you got to have a trainer. You cannot just get a monkey, treat it like a kid and baby and do all that, because that's not good.
You can't just diaper and bananas and call it good. That's not.
You can't get capuchin bananas. They
really
become diabetics real easily. They're carnivores, apes, and they can eat bananas, but not capuchins. Protein, high protein.
I was today years old when I learned that monkeys are carnivores. Monkeys, they eat people. Is that what I heard?
I'm not carnivores. I'm sorry.
Or
meat eater, protein.
Omnivores?
No.
They'll eat everything?
They eat everything we eat. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say carnivores. Okay. They eat everything.
Omnivores. Yeah.
Omnivores. Thank you. That's my dyslexia kicking in. But they are omnivores. But sugar is not good for them in any format. Neither is carbs. But they're good. They're good if you have a trainer. There's a what I call a hellion stage. But she's 9 years old. I got her on the 4th of July. And she just had her 9th birthday on the 24th.
Oh, so almost a gotcha day. Almost a gotcha day anniversary.
Yes, it's a gotcha day anniversary.
Selena, I apologize. I wish it would have worked a little bit better. I wanted to say thank you for showing those amazing quilts. My son worked at
gorgeous
a store in town called Quilt Lizzie, where they sell everything to do with quilts. And I've helped them with tech on their store because they do some live streams from the store and stuff like that. And I've learned a lot about how much work goes into quilting, and it's absolutely incredible. And it looks like yours is no exception as well. So thanks for sharing that.
That's a lot of work.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So 16 hours, 17 hours. The counts are a little different. I think Brandy's got about 16 hours. Law and Crime is about an hour ahead of her, I think.
No, I think the 16.
Not far. Not far. From what I saw, she was like 15 minutes behind them as far as her counter.
Maybe I just looked at the wrong time, but.
All right, Recovery Addict. Most embarrassing moment on screen, on the live.
The bug.
I knew that was coming.
I couldn't believe Rob took that and stitched what he did, and he was like, "That was like the best hour I ever spent."
That was hilarious. I was almost mortified. First of all, it's like if I don't mention it, if I don't say what's going on, and it suddenly like flies and lands on my green screen, I will never live it down. So I had to tell you what was happening, and at the same time, it's like I also don't want that to happen.
I couldn't breathe from watching the whole thing, because I'm like you. I'm very mortified of bugs and spiders and whatnot. I'm just mortified. So I can imagine what you were feeling. You were like, looking off screen, trying to make sure you had a ping on where it was at. And I'm like, oh God.
Since that incident, there have been 3 other times when I've been live streaming where I've seen a bug, but it hasn't been like up on the wall. It's been like on the floor, and I've been able to spray 2 of them. One of them got away. But the problem is in the closet, which is like I can almost reach the doorknob from where I'm sitting. In the closet right here, we've had to tear the wall out to redo all of our sewer lines and everything. So it's got some openings that are down to underneath our house. And so I've sprayed all sorts of, so a bug, if it comes up, it dies when it goes in the closet. But sometimes they like fly through and don't touch the spray.
Mm-hmm.
That's where they come from. So
obviously you don't have scorpions like we do.
No, we just have these bugs.
Here's the quickest way to kill a scorpion. Run. No, kidding. I can handle I don't like roaches and water bugs, but I can handle them far better than scorpions. My brother used to terrorize me with scorpions. He'd cut the tail off and then throw them in my bed. Yeah, he was pretty crazy. We lived in the country. I live in the central Texas area, and right now, because we've had a lot of rain, the scorpions are just everywhere. I mean, I walked up to the shop and I went to turn the door handle to come in, and there's a scorpion right there. The best way to kill a scorpion is we have scissors in every room. If you can snip the tail off, doesn't matter where, the bug's going to die because it can't sting its prey and eat, and it can't sting you. If you try to stomp it and you don't kill it, you're getting stung.
Yeah.
So, I've had them climb up in my bed and sting me.
I used to love going camping, even out in the desert. And it never occurred to me that there were, I mean, I've always been in a tent. I've never just done like an open under the stars in the desert. But one night we went out, and like one of the other leaders that was out camping had an ultraviolet light, and the scorpions out there, just like they glow under ultraviolet light.
Yep.
I'm like, they were everywhere. They're just like, nobody move, everyone back in your tents, zip them up.
If you get stung by a scorpion, everybody has a remedy, but this one truly does work. I also keep little miniature bottles with the dollar store bottles of bleach in the bathroom, one in my bedroom, one in the kitchen, because you dip your finger in it and put the bleach on where the sting is. It takes the heat out.
Really?
Takes the heat out. Bleach is good for stings, but oh my gosh, the scorpions are fat and big right now. And then so every day I come in, I'm looking in my floor, I check everything out, make sure I don't have a scorpion.
I started a habit.
I can handle spiders. I can handle anything. I can't handle scorpions.
I started a habit when I was deployed. I had to shake my boots every day. And shake my shoes. Like as soon as you get out of bed, especially you have to go outside your tent to go to the bathroom or whatever, you have to shake your boots out. And I still do that at home every now and then.
It only takes shaking it and having one scorpion fall out to make that a lifelong habit. Do you know that?
Oh,
snakes too. Snakes too.
Snakes. When I lived in the country, I was a young girl. I always lived semi-country. Even in the city, I live in town. But I put on my bathrobe that was hanging up in my closet, and a scorpion this long with the tail stretched out, pop, 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 pop right on my back. And I put my foot in a shoe that I shook, and there was a scorpion in it. You really have to bang them. Yeah, it's not fun.
Yeah, that's one thing you have to do.
Open the door.
We did the black light thing quite a bit, and yeah, if you wanna sleep at night, don't use the black light.
Yeah.
Adam and Weather Watcher swapping Woody from Toy Story comments. Someone poisoned the water.
Poison the water hole.
There's a snake in my boot. Yeah, we get some snakes around here. I was comfortable living in the West where we had some orange diamondbacks, but basically it was just rattlesnakes. That was the only snake that was a problem snake. And rattlesnakes don't like people, and they're not aggressive. And so the closer you get to them, they rattle and they try to get away first. I mean, sometimes they'll strike, but that's if you like surprisingly get right up to them. They really don't attack you. So if you just make a little noise while you're walking and keep your ears, sorry, Ada, you have to be able to hear the rattle.
My dog is trained to a rattlesnake rattle.
Yeah, for me that was great. Now I'm here in North Carolina, and they have like water moccasins that will hunt. And you get a canoe and head down the river, and the snakes will try to get in your canoe. They'll see you in the bushes and they'll tear off after you and try to scare you off. It's crazy.
I was in Katrina as rescue. I was in the Red Cross for 15 years and other organizations, and they put me in a helicopter, then put me in an airboat because we were going into a neighborhood where there were a lot of disabled people, and I knew sign language. And I had a judge. If anybody knows what the pew pew by the name of Judge is, they handed me one, and they were coming there in the water. They were climbing up on the houses, and oh my gosh, I discharged my judge many times. And we had still a couple get in the water. Thank God.
Snake charmers. That's what we call those. Snake charmers.
Snake
Ivy Berlin, welcome.
Bye.
Welcome,
Hi.
Ivy. Introduce yourself. Where are you from?
I'm from Germany. I'm from Berlin, and we are in full soccer mode. And because I kind of tortured everyone yesterday in the chat to look for those Dutch fans, I want to make sure I remind you guys to look at this because it's so much fun. And I want to thank you for all your content because I'm watching you on my way to work, on the way back. It's sometimes a little tricky with the time difference, but I really enjoy what you do. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Ivy. What can you share? What sort of work are you in?
I'm in marketing. So that's my business.
Wonderful. I'm open for tips. I'd like to give me some instructions. I don't know what I'm doing here. So.
I'm so far from your technical level. So just the amount of buttons that you have are scary to me. So I wouldn't be much of help, I guess.
Well, it's one thing to have the buttons. It's another thing to know how to push them. So I'm still working on that second part.
True. But did you watch the Dutch guys or girls or like everyone?
I did not. I feel terrible because you gave us the reminder to watch the celebration. Tell us again in case we're like me.
So right now is the European soccer tournament happening in Germany in different cities. And so the fans go from one city to another depending where their team play. And the Dutch ones are always dressed in orange, and they call the Oranje. And these people know how to party, and they have a huge, so imagine 40,000 people in an orange jersey on the street singing some really easy songs and jumping from the left to the right, and it's just so much fun, and it makes me really happy. And it's a little bit, is there an expression of an earworm? Because once you hear the song, it kind of keep playing in your head. It's hard to get rid of, and it's just so much joy. And I think in between all these crime and terrible stuff happening, it's quite nice.
I'm watching now the ESPN FC. It is a sea of orange flags.
It is, and then they start jumping to the left, to the right, back to the left and to the right, and you just have a good time. It's so fun.
The soccer fans in Europe is just something else. I lived in Kaiserslautern.
Yeah, heart of it. There's some games right now, and then the Scottish guys. I mean, those guys in skirts. They showed up in Munich, and they supposedly drank all the beer, which I doubt because Bavaria kind of is built on beer, but it seems like they kind of emptied some of the pubs. So, which and they were all so nice. I like, and it tears me up all the time. I don't know why I'm so sensible for this, but when I see these foreign nations coming together, having a good time, it's always so lovely to see, and hugging each other. And the tournament is quite interesting, even if you're not into football, because all the underdogs beating the big guys. So Cristiano Ronaldo isn't looking good, and all these guys, which you kind of thought, they go all the way through, not happening. So there might be some big surprises coming up.
I gotta get going. It's lunchtime.
Thank you,
so
Lady Draconis. Thanks for checking in. Nice to finally see you. Appreciate that. We'll see you. Cats, PJs, thank you very much for the tips on the bugs. I think I might have to take some of those. Somebody liked the way Ivy said those guys in skirts. Yes, those Scottish guys. They do like to drink, I think, a little bit. It sort of goes with the country. But
yeah, I think all the soccer fans are quite good. The Dutch are not far behind the Scottish, I assume. So they all had a good time.
I like it when it's nonviolent. And sometimes apparently when they drink too much.
I lost audio.
Am I gone?
I hear you.
Fine. Hear me? Okay. Sometimes I've seen fights break out and stuff, and that's not cool. That's more of an American thing, like hockey. I went to a fight and a hockey match broke out, I think is what the line goes. But
aren't there players on the hockey team who are supposed to start those fights? Am I right? I think I read something. There was some troublemaker.
Yeah.
Kind of, yeah. Well,
Kiss Me Cow, I forgot to give you a moment to introduce yourself and tell us where you're from. Can you hear us? I think she's having some audio issues.
I like the name Kiss Me a Cow. Uh-oh.
She's
Let's try
gone.
this again.
There she's back.
Kiss Me Cow.
I gotta go anyway. I'm
Okay.
sorry. I just want to say hi and thank you and have a
Thank
good
you,
day.
Ivy. Wonderful.
Bye.
Appreciate it. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, now she's gone as well. I
Well,
think
see,
she's having some audio
Highland,
issues.
Highland Cow back there. By the way, this is Heidi the Highlander. That's my little mascot.
Your cow? Scottish
Hi-
Highland cow. Have you ever seen those in real life? There are
Oh,
some beautiful,
yeah.
beautiful animals.
Gorgeous. Well, I have a friend who helped decorate my set, and she got this Highlander back there, and then another one over here. And I'm not big into them, and now I'm getting a collection. People send me my mugs or my tumblers and my Highlanders.
Nice.
My daughter
I
did
love them.
that one.
Let's see. We've got
I got a slogan. You got politics, pickles, no politics. I got to come up with one of those.
Cows, but no BS. I don't know. Highland cows, no BS.
Cows, no bulls. I don't know.
That's funny. Well, fans still spinning. Nothing has happened since this morning. Juries continue to deliberate. They asked one question. They asked to see one piece of evidence and nothing since then. I wonder if juries gauge that first response when they ask for help and determine, well, I guess it didn't work before. We're not going to do it again. Sometimes it seems like a jury is all about asking questions until they get that response, which is normally, we can't tell you, because the jury asks for something that can we watch this again? Nope. You've already heard that evidence. We're not going to reread. Like, well, okay. We're on our own here. But
I had somebody asked me yesterday, and we kind of wanted to know about the verdict form. They were wanting us to break down the selections that they have for lesser charges. They said it was a little confusing, and I didn't know if you wanted to take a stab at that.
Let's see. That's in the verdict, on the verdict form.
Yep.
I've got that here. Let me see if I can pull it up on the screen.
I have it too somewhere. I'm just finding it. You know how it goes. Oh, by the way, some people wanted to try to get a selfie with the famous fan in the courtroom, and they have told them no. So this morning I put it big on my screen and turned around. I got a selfie with the fan.
We saw what happened when someone takes a picture in court in Judge Stephanie Boyd's court yesterday.
Oh.
She threw him in jail.
She did? I didn't see that.
Well, she locked him up. This lady took a picture of her son, who was a defendant, just on her cell phone, and she showed up in shorts as well. And she's like, "I've got two questions. First, why are you in my court in shorts?" And she's like, and who are you taking a picture of? And she ordered the phone turned over to the deputy without being locked, deleted the pictures, confiscated the phone, and locked her up and stuck her in the penalty box. Wow.
What did you think about that medical examiner that showed up in that dress? It looked like she was going out to a bar.
The green lace dress. I thought it was
lab coat over it.
Lab coat over. I don't know what the dress code is in Canton. It did seem a little casual, but I thought that her showing off her tattoos with the big skull on her arm went perfect with her profession. She's like, I'm all about death. This is me.
I don't have tattoos. I know Kat Von D, and she offered to give me one, and I'm too terrified of the needles. I can't do the pain. But I respect the art form. It's beautiful. They were well done, but I just felt that, when you go to court, you need to be professional. And I wonder, would that affect you as a juror?
Well, I have a little different opinion. If I am subpoenaed to court, you're forcing me to be there. This is not me being there out of my own free will. I will act respectful, but I will dress how is comfortable for me. And if that means I'm going to wear my company logos and everything all over my shirt, and you know, I obviously will probably take off a hat inside the court, but I would do that. I would probably wear shorts. I'm good with that. If I was called as a witness, subpoenaed as a witness, if I am the defendant, I will wear the best clothes I own, because because I am there at the mercy of the court in that situation. So when it comes to a professional witness, I believe that you should probably present more as your profession. But if I was just a lay witness, subpoenaed, forced to be there, you know, drag me out of my day to be in court, I'll do my duty, but I'll do it in the most comfortable manner I can.
And I don't disagree with that part at all, but she is a professional. She's there representing the ME department. She's there as I don't know if she was paid, but some of them are. But I just feel that if you want to learn something here, when you go to court, don't wear shorts, don't wear flip-flops, and dress appropriately. You'll be taken a little more serious. Don't go to Boyd's court. And I'm going to go visit her, by the way. I'm going to go and visit her.
Yeah, if you're going to take a picture, make sure you register as media, because the courtrooms in Bexar County are wide open to media, but not to people just pulling up their phone. Who says?
Huh?
Who says you're media? Who decides if you're media?
Oh, okay, I guess I am now that I'm a.
if you provide news to people, I would say you're new media. Miss Kevin, welcome. We've also got Carrie, Kiss Me Cow, back. The audio's working.
I know. I came because I have to tell Amber something, and I saw her on here, and I was like, oh, I should just pop in so I can let her know. We were trying to figure out which live it was that I was like, hey, guys, I'm going into labor now. And I was in labor for 2 lives, and he was born 15 minutes before the next one. And we were watching Treehouse, and he was born on the day that the jury hung, and we had a mistrial. And then the next day, we started watching Crumbly.
Okay, so you had a baby on the day. Are you talking about your own child, or are we talking about a pet that was born?
Your own child.
No, my son. I had my son, Luke. Remember I sent you a picture?
What's his middle name?
Alexander.
I was wondering if you named him something to do with the court we were watching.
No. We had a name picked out for a long time. But it was really funny because I was having a scheduled I wasn't having a scheduled C-section. I was scheduled to be induced and ended up with the C-section. It was like 5 o'clock in the morning, and the doctor's like, I think we should just do a C-section. I'm like, that'd be great. I have to be in court at 8 a.m. And she just looked at me like, you're what? I said, I know I'm not leaving to go to court, but it's on YouTube. It's hard to explain. And she was just like, okay.
She's like, we get all types in here.
Yeah, it was funny. But
to see your face finally. She's one of she's my mod, and I have never seen your face.
I'm glad I could introduce the two of you again. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
That's hilarious, Miss Kevin.
Yeah, but it was really funny because we were watching Crumbly for like a week, and then I sent a picture in, and I was like 1 week old today, and then everyone was like, "Oh, it's Ari's youngest viewer."
That is really cool. We're gonna try one more time. Carrie, Kiss Me Cow.
Oh my goodness! I finally figured it out.
You got it. You're here. Welcome. We've seen you a couple times, but just the audio didn't work out. So
well, I forgot I had the live stream playing in the background, so it was echoing off each other.
It sounds great. Now tell us a little bit about you, where you're from, what you like doing, what's on your mind.
I live in southwestern Missouri, and I'm a hospice nurse here. So my mom got me to join your channel about a year ago, and now my dad, I think, is part of it too. So
it's a family affair.
Family affair. Yeah, I don't think animals will cooperate, but I have lots of them. They must be scared because they all took off. So.
Well, that's cool. I'm going through Missouri. I think we're staying in Missouri somewhere. Hey, that looks like my cat. That looks like Kiki so much. I think we're driving through Missouri for the first time.
Really?
On the way to
well,
west.
Make sure your Mountain Dew doesn't get tampered with.
Did that happen? That was in Missouri, wasn't it?
That was in Missouri. That was Lebanon.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my gosh. Ooh.
When is your son getting married, RA?
September first or second week of September. I think
My
it's
brother is getting married September 7th in Amish country, and we just booked our Airbnb out there. And my daughters are the flower girls, and my 5-month-old, who will be 7 months, is going to be the ring bearer, and he's going to be in a little wagon and get pulled by his sisters. But it was so funny because you're like, we're having a wedding in September. I'm like, hey, me too.
I think we're also on the 7th. So
Yeah, we'll be
that's
going
cool.
the opposite direction. We'll pass each other.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Amish country. Airbnb in Amish country. Do they have Wi-Fi, or is it?
They do actually. Yeah, so I mod for Ada, so I had to make sure that we had Wi-Fi so that I can mod that week while I'm there.
You would have been excused, my dear.
Yeah, well, my husband decided we're going to take the week off because it's the week after. So like Labor Day is Monday. So we're just going to take that whole week and stay in Amish country. So,
look at.
Yeah.
No.
Carrie, what kind of dog is that?
This is our newest one. She's a German Shepherd Australian cattle dog mix.
Wow.
High energy.
Yep.
Yeah, nobody warned me about that.
That's like a step just below a husky.
Yeah, she jumps on the trampoline and is all over the place.
I almost called you this morning, RA. My camera's still not working.
What's happening? We can fix it right here live on there.
It shows it's it shows it's well. Let me.
I can see the lens, and it's got a LCD on. Okay.
Yeah, but when I go to the computer to click on and I click right on it to go to preview is not permitted, only preference.
And I'm at a disadvantage as a mod because of my experiences with Streamlabs, not StreamYard. So I'm gonna have to sign up for a Skillshare class.
Have you?
YouTube.
I know this sounds crazy, but have you tried unplugging and replugging in the USB connection just so it re-recognizes the camera?
Yes, but I'll go do it again.
Okay, no. If you tried it, that's the first thing to do. I have to do that with my GoPro quite a bit.
I'm gonna go to the back. I'll be right back.
All right.
I'll go around.
I am gonna say so long, guys, because I got 3 kids out here who are probably like, "Where is our mother?"
All right, Mrs. Kevin, thank you very much. Appreciate you joining us. Good to see you.
Yep, love you guys.
Bye. All right,
Where's
Carrie,
Mr. Ivan?
say that one more time.
I said, "Where's Mr. Ivan? Has he been on today?"
I think he's working at the lumber yard. He's
that's right.
Got a new business venture involving cutting down trees, and it keeps him hopping.
Keeps him busy.
We'll see if this fixes the camera here for.
Well, and I'm having a problem taking the battery out because when I pull it out, it hits the cord. I'm going to turn everything off, turn it on.
So you're both powering it and you're taking the video through USB-C, right?
Mm-hmm. Now it's not wanting to go. Okay, turn off. Battery in. That's in.
I see a light.
That's a start.
See, it powers on. USB connected. It made a sound. Oh, don't tell me you're going to work. Oh, man. Well, wait a minute. I don't have a. Oh, there it is. All I got to do is get on with you. And then it works. That's all I do. I mean,
the GoPros are finicky. And honestly, most of the time, just turn it off and turn it back on again. A couple times will fix it.
I've done it 3 or 4 times and it's just it. But see, I get this huge wide view. I wish I can narrow it in a little bit.
You can
move the camera up.
You have to change the settings on the GoPro itself. It has a zoom where you can zoom. I'm not sure if you can change it once it's connected. That's the problem. Most of the time you have to change the settings before it's connected as a camera.
Now you can't see what I have here. Let me do the share screen.
I have to take this down. Just one second.
Let me do settings.
Oh, they went our only fan.
We'll bring it back in just a second. Nothing's happening yet.
Do you know what? It won't let me share camera. Not here. I can do it on my other, but not here. It's okay.
We'll bring back our only fan.
Yeah, if for some reason here I can't share camera, I can change the camera view to GoPro. Let's see if it'll pick up. There we go.
There you go.
It's working. Oh wow, I like the angle of your Rodecaster Pro, the Pro 2, as a matter of fact, not the Pro. You've got the newer model.
This is the Pro 2.
I like that.
I have a mount. You can buy the mount for them. It just clamps onto the desk, and you can you can't change the angle a whole lot, but you can. But I love it this way. It's so much easier. But do you know my Rodecaster? If I put it over here on another, and I tap, it starts playing whatever's in this window that's blacked out. So I've got a glitch, and now that I have you on, it doesn't do it.
I fixed that too.
I don't know if you can hear it, but that goes off very easily. So, but anyway, I'm so excited. I learned how to Bluetooth my hearing aids, so I'm not having to wear my ears, but they're here for an emergency.
Oh wow,
that's a nice
setup. I've got to say, Ada, I love watching your channel, and this may seem kind of weird. I know very basic sign language from elementary school. I went to a school that was deaf and hard of hearing children of our public schools all went to that elementary school. So I'll often mute you to see how much I can understand and then go back and listen to see if I got it.
Well, I appreciate it. It's something I'm trying to do. It is not an easy thing to do.
No.
With all the technology, I love my mount, but I finally found this, the distance angles. Yeah, I finally found its home.
What do you do for your light? Do you have a ring light? Okay. Oh, a panel light. I see.
And this one here adds just enough warmth, but I don't like the glare. So I have a piece of L shape and put it just right. And you angle it and it gets rid of that little.
Just a little sunshade.
Just a little sunshade. There we go.
Amber.
As somebody who was an ex-photographer for 30 years, I'm going to switch to the other view, but now you see my setup.
That's cool.
And
Looks
I thought
awesome.
streamed at working. Can't see it. There it is. Finally got it working.
Did somebody say my name?
I said, yeah, Amber's here, but there's no video. You're just a blank screen.
Yeah. We've also got Super T joined us. Super T, welcome. Say a quick little. I see you're also an OnlyFans.
Yes,
sorry. We're running with that joke as long as this.
I'm keeping with the theme. I'm keeping with the theme of things. You know.
Hello to you. Tell us a little bit about you, where you're from, and just what interests you today.
I am in Missouri or Missouri, whichever you want to. I am in the Ozarks area, right at the state line of Arkansas and Missouri. In a little bitty town that has more churches and bars than it has grocery stores and people.
Churches and bars, are they next to each other, or is it one and the same?
Some of them are,
church
yes.
on Sunday, bar the rest of the week, or
yes they hang out at the bars during the week and then they go ask for forgiveness on Sunday.
That's that sounds like any Missouri town, says Steve.
Yeah. So here is one of my animals. I don't know how to turn the camera.
Oh, you're good.
Okay. So I don't know if you can see him yet.
Curled up
Can you see him?
in the chair.
Yeah, that's my office companion, because I work from home, so that's my office companion. He watches over me while I work. And then you guys in chat know about my dog Truck. He came to us on the day before Thanksgiving. He ended up on our property, and we took him to the vet a couple of months ago because he wasn't breathing right. And it turned out he had heartworm. He was very hot for heartworm. He was close to dying. So we took him, and we've been giving him heartworm treatment. And this is the famous Truck.
Oh, man.
Hi, baby. This is Truck.
Oh.
Mama loves you. He is a big dog.
Is he doing well?
What's that?
Is he doing well?
He's doing better. He was on steroids for 3 months. So with that being said, he put on a lot of weight. Now that his steroids are off, he doesn't have that drive for eating. I think he has thrown that to me because, I'm eating all the time with the quitting smoking. So I'm dying all the
Congratulations, by the
time.
way.
I'm hungry. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so happy. So with that being said, now we're outside, rough and ready. Hi, kitty, kitty. This is rough and ready.
Oh, goodness.
He is the sole survivor of a litter, and I bottle fed him to help him survive. So this is rough and ready. No. He was very, very, very sick. Ah, baby. Okay, I'm not done yet.
We're getting the full tour.
Yes, full tour.
Wow.
I don't have all of the stuff that Riley had, the goats and all that, but we built a catico for one of my foster fails. And this is Cal.
Oh.
Once again, spitting image of my cat.
Yeah, baby.
Everybody has a cat just like mine. That is awesome.
I don't.
Super T,
Kitty.
Super T, your audio is getting really hard to hear.
My audio is?
It's clippings going all the way through it.
It's because I'm moving away from my Wi-Fi, I imagine. Is that better?
It's been pretty consistent throughout the
Really?
live.
Okay, let me hang up and call back.
All right, we'll give it a try. Thanks. Let's see. We have Kristen who was here. I saw a video briefly. Kristen, are you back? Audio only. Oh, there's Kristen. Can I hear you? Oh, I'll unmute you as well. You have to unmute. There we go.
Sorry. I just wanted to come up real brief and ask people to consider adopt, don't shop for your pets. I rescue parrots. I am starting a channel to document from the adoption process to the rehabilitation process. And I have 2 parrots currently. I have a cockatoo named Kelly and an Indian ringneck named Sky.
Oh.
And I'm going to try and... Kelly, come here. This is her box town. I'm going to show you all her box town. It's hilarious.
Oh, we lost you.
Oh, sure.
I think she dropped her phone or something. It cut off abruptly.
Okay, I'm going to head out. I turned off the fan so you could hear, and now it's getting hot in here. So,
all right. I'll
see
allow
you
it.
later.
I'll allow it. Thank you, Carrie. All right,
Bye.
we'll see you. Bye. We'll see. I wanted to see the parrot rescue. Let's see if she's able to connect again. We'll give it a try. Barb says, I have a cat named Sky. If anyone else wants to jump in, the description, I'll put it in the chat. You can just click the link and it will connect. It's actually pretty easy, and we promise not to bite. So even if it's just brief. Let's see. Kristen, sorry, we lost you there for a minute. We
That's
heard
okay.
that you heard.
Okay, so this is Kelly's box town. It's a little bit of a mess, but she likes to be in her box.
Yeah.
That is her. you say hi, Kel? You say hi, Kelly. She usually says hi, Kelly, but she was in a cage for 17 years.
Wow.
Locked in a cage and not let out to be a bird. So she can't really fly. So it's pretty sad. But I think every state, every other town probably has an avian rescue. Because birds live to be about 80 years. A lot of big parrots live to be about 80 years old. People get them when they are babies, and then the birds outlive the adopter.
It's a huge commitment.
Right. So if you could look, if you ever consider getting a pet, especially a bird, please adopt, don't shop. It's just and they're fabulous. They are fabulous. I've only gotten bitten 30 times.
About 30 times a day. That's about it.
Yeah. She's got a bite ratio of 500 pounds per square inch.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
That's a crush ratio, not a bite ratio.
That's her bite ratio.
That'll leave a mark. Well, that is awesome, Kristen. I love the message as well. The adopt, don't shop.
Yeah. That's Kelly. And that's why I can't stay on. But I just want to show you real quick. This is. Can you see him? That's Sky. There's Sky. And he's our talker.
Oh, nice.
He asks me about 1,000 times a day what I'm doing. Very nosy.
What you doing?
So yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. Like I said, I am starting a channel. It's right now it's just a few videos of the birds training.
What's the name of the channel?
Under the same name that I'm in here. But I am gonna start documenting just what it takes to go from an adoption to a full
That's awesome.
restoration of them.
So it's Kristen Awesome Parrots, right?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
All
And
right.
congratulations.
Have a good day, y'all.
Thanks for connecting. We have Super T and Tess the Mess back with us now.
Hi.
Tess, welcome.
Hi. I don't
Is
know
my
if you can
audio
hear me
better
very well.
this
Can
time?
you hear me?
Yep, I can hear both of you. We'll just have let's have Tess the Mess go first. We can hear you. It's a little quiet, but I'll fix that on my end. Go ahead, Tess.
How do I switch my camera?
I think there's a button with a little arrow rotate. I don't remember.
Let me see. I can't find it, but let me show you here. You see her?
Yes.
Oh, she's moving
not
around.
now. She ran away. Yes, I see the cat. Oh.
Okay, so funny story. So this, you see my area out here is very woody. And there's a shed right here.
Mm-hmm.
So very sad. I came out of my house one day and I heard her meowing. She continued to meow.
Oh no, I think we lost Tess. Oh.
I didn't know where it was coming from. She's meowing at my front door. I come outside and then I'm getting. Can you see me?
We can see you. It cut out just for a second, but you're back. She was meowing at the front door.
Okay. Baby. Well, she's a homeless cat. I've been trying. So sad. She can't be in my house because I have like 20 animals in my house. all prey animals.
Tess, we're losing connection a little bit.
Let me see. Can you see me now? It's so bad.
Tell us where you're from. Where are you at?
I am from Spokane, Washington.
All right. West Coast. We can hear the cat meowing for sure. But so it's an outdoor cat?
Yeah, she's homeless.
Oh, well, not anymore.
Yeah. I know. I can't keep her. I got too many animals. I got like 20 animals, all prey animals. So I can't keep her. It makes
She'd
me
love
sad,
to be inside.
but,
She'd love it.
Yeah. I'm finding somebody to take her in, but I just figured I'd pop on because I heard that you guys were rescuing and it makes me happy. So I'm trying to start a rescue myself.
That's really cool. Tess, thank you for sharing that. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Also, I love your channel. I enjoy watching it. I wanted to let you know I haven't gotten in trouble at work yet for watching you, but I am a housekeeper and all I do is watch you while cleaning. And it's really hard to do my job.
I like how you say I haven't gotten in trouble yet. So-
No, but my manager, she'll come up and she'll hear the court stuff. Sometimes they think I'm in court, but it's okay.
That's awesome. Well, Tess, thank
But
you.
yeah,
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Good-
And
good
thank
to
you
meet
to
you.
everybody watching.
Yep, we'll see you.
Have a good day.
We've added Parrot Court and Braxton. We've also got Sam Terry on. I think audio only for Sam right now. I don't see a camera.
Hi guys.
And Mel
Thanks
Toy.
for having me.
Hello.
I'm assuming you can hear me, right?
Sam, we can hear you just great. Sounds good.
Yay.
And Braxton, welcome. Are you in court with an OnlyFans? Is that what I see?
I got a selfie. What can I say? Like, I got a live selfie. I'm currently streaming from the courtroom.
Yes.
Obviously.
I'm sitting in Judge Beverly's seat as we speak.
I have so much time off now. I love that you said I haven't gotten in trouble at work yet.
Braxton, did you get fired?
Yeah.
Oh no.
No.
Yeah.
That's
Oh my
terrible.
goodness.
It's all right.
Oh no.
It's all right.
Here's my recommendation.
What happened?
The CompTIA, the CompTIA Security Plus.
Mm-hmm.
If you get that cert, you can walk in pretty much any tech support job on a military base, as long as you can get a conditional TS, which we'll do pretty quick.
Come here.
You probably already know all the tech stuff, but it is the jobs that they probably start around 60,000. So
Yeah. At the end of the day, I was already looking for new jobs. It wasn't a good thing. I love what I do. I love the industry. I hated where I worked. I loved where I worked for a really long time.
We can put some feelers out for you because I've got some connections, obviously, for where I used to work in that same part of the state that you're in, and I think we might be able to get you some leads.
But no, it was not because I was on the panel literally the day before. That had absolutely nothing to do with it.
I feel better now, just a little bit.
Yeah.
Bummer, man. I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that.
It's all right.
Sorry about that, Braxton.
Sorry, Braxton.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
all
I'm
good.
sure you're a smart fellow. I'm sure something will come along shortly.
So I just want to show a trick real quick so I can get back to work. Okay, come here, truck. Back up. Back up. Okay, let's do it.
Mine wants to play peekaboo with yours.
Okay, what do you do? What do you do?
Alexa, turn the alarm off in my room.
Okay, one more and then I'm gonna go.
No.
Come on, what do you do? Oh, he's still chewing the last one.
He's happy. He's like, I don't need to do anything. I've got food right now.
What do you do? What do you do? What do you do? It's right there. What do you do?
There it is.
Good boy.
He's got a "That's easy" button. That's awesome. Super T, that's cool.
I should have told you you were going to need to beep me, but you know. But that's
No,
our
it's all
truck, and I thank you for having me on. I'm going to get back to work and go put my headphones back on.
All right, Super T, good to meet you.
Good meeting you guys.
Bye. All right, Mel. I don't see a camera from you. I'm not sure if it's working or not.
I have no clue why the camera's not working,
All right,
but
sounds good.
at least this time I was acting normal. The
I'll
last
tell-
time it said backstage, so I'm like, okay, nobody can see me, and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh great.
Yeah, I just
Red
pull you in.
band! Oh my goodness!
We've got Red joining as well, who's got the OnlyFans going on. See, all
She's camera shy too. Yay!
oh, look at that puppy.
Anyway, I was just coming in here to tell more people to come in. So it seems like people are. So
They are. Thank you very much. I see
Thank
Parrot
you.
Court as well.
Red.
Is that Parrot saying peekaboo? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, yes, he's trying to play peekaboo with the other birds and everybody else. He's stealing the phone from me.
Okay.
Allison, welcome.
Hey, thank you.
We've got a ton going on right now.
I'm trying to see. All your faces look so tiny.
Hey, Sam, I took you out just a little bit. I think we've got some weird audio thing going on. I'm not sure where it's. I've got a weird loop.
Oh, what a cute.
I love the parrot.
Birds are the best.
I'm going to selectively mute people until I can see where the audio loop is. I don't know where. Now it went away, so now we're good. All right.
Tried me.
I don't know what happened. Let's see. Allison, welcome. You want to do a quick intro?
I'm a relative. That was my husky. She's also a service dog, so she's actually not as noisy as most huskies are. But that's the only pet I've got. I'm in Texas, and I'm an OnlyFan.
OnlyFan? Yep.
I don't have an OnlyFan. Yeah.
Question. I have my service here. Service dog.
Mhm. Yep.
That's cool in sign language.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I actually went to the only ASL community college in the U.S. It's
I knew Adam would come on with his plans.
I don't have a good setup for my video, so I can't really sign.
Kiss Me a
Yeah.
Cow said she wanted to look at my pants, so I've got to do that too. So hold on.
Why did you turn sign?
I wanted to be an interpreter. I needed to stop to work to support my kids.
Understand. I started going to be an interpreter when I started losing my hearing a little bit, and then didn't know that I would 100% lose my hearing. And then I became a deaf support specialist, ADA law consultant, and a disability integration specialist. But I also had a focus of sign language. So now, without aids, I'm 100% deaf. And the dog that you saw just a second ago is my professionally trained service dog from Service Dogs Inc.
Wow.
Texas. Where in Texas do you live?
West Texas.
Okay, well, I'm central, north of San Antonio.
I'm in Big Spring.
I know that. I have family there.
Me too.
My brother.
I'm related to Allison. So.
Yeah.
I didn't know you had a husky though. I didn't know. What's the husky's name?
Her name is Vanya, and she keeps me alive.
I know the
have been
significance of
diagnosed
that
with CPTSD, and I have triggers that will cause me to black out. So she keeps me alive, especially on long drives when I have had interactions that triggered me. And so, yeah, it's good. Anytime I get like close to dizziness or anything like that, she sits me down. She makes sure I don't fall and hit my head, you name it. But she also senses anxiety issues, which one of my daughters suffers from, and she will respond to those as well. So it's helpful for not just me, even though she's my service dog. She also aids in my daughter's emotional issues.
my son has anxiety as well, and she will come and alert. This is the dog. My dog pokes me to alert. And so she'll take me to him when his anxiety is high. And if I'm not close to him and she is, she'll do the same thing. But a lot of people do not know that CPTSD or PTSD service dogs are not emotional support dogs. They are actually
Right.
service dog. There's a big difference.
There's a big difference. And she has her card and everything. So yeah.
That's awesome.
But just so you know, I got a law passed last year along with Service Dog Inc. Yes, I went before the Texas House and got a law passed. Service dog people who fake them used to only have a $300 fine. Now in the state of Texas, the law that I got passed is a $1,000 fine and 30 hours of community services with an organization that services disabled only. And you do not need to have any ID for your service animal under the ADA and the Texas state law. Anybody that has IDs, it's not required. There's no registration. You don't need to show any kind of ID, and people who expect you to, and the people who go on and buy them, who don't have a real service dog, are the ones that are targeted towards this law, and for people carrying them into the stores and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's needs to be a lot of training around that on both sides. So many stores don't understand what is allowed by the law, and a lot of people think that they can use that law to do things that really they shouldn't. So on both sides, that helps.
I've had my dog attacked, and we've had a lot of problems. I call it Hell Mart because that's one of the worst places. But one of the things that I do is I train people on the law as a disability specialist.
Yeah.
But congratulations on having your dog. It really is a comfort and a piece of mind.
Absolutely. And I love the sign language. I need to practice more. I haven't been in school for a year. I started working. And so, but yeah, I want to get back. I want to get certified and be able to do all that. But right now it's finances, kids versus school. So yeah.
You know how hard it is to talk and sign at the same time. Try doing that. I cannot interpret for the actual court itself. That's illegal, and I do not want that responsibility.
Right.
I am going from
so much training to do court interpretation. The logistics and of all that astound me, but we need those
deaf certification for deaf and certified interpreter for the deaf. I know it sounds crazy.
Cool.
I'm going to bring another person on here. Pammy just joined us here. Pammy, welcome. I see you've got the fan. I love it. Can you hear us, Pammy?
Hello. Sounds like it's breaking up.
You sound good to us. No, might not be working on your end though. I see Adam is giving us the tour of the succulent tour. I've been trying to identify plants in the brief moment.
Me and my non-spinning fan must leave and come back.
Yeah, give that a try. I think it's very delayed. We're hearing you just fine, but you might be hearing us very delayed. So we'll try that.
So yesterday, when Adam was taking us on his grocery adventure, I got a text from my friend while I was on who said, "Who's the one who's shopping right now?" And I'm like, "That's Adam. We love Adam."
Adam did take us to the store. How's the watermelon, Adam? I was curious. I was going to ask, how did that taste?
Oh, I haven't. My wife usually hides that. She takes that, and I haven't actually gotten any yet.
What I suggest doing, especially if it's hot, is getting like a hose and set the hose up so it runs water over the entire watermelon. And just, if you can recirculate the water that's cold, that would save water. But otherwise, you just waste a lot of water to get the watermelon as cold as possible. Otherwise, ice bath in a cooler until it's chilled, because cold watermelon is the best thing on earth.
Yeah, we usually do leave it in the refrigerator, right? I mean, you could maybe just put it in the refrigerator before you eat it, right? And then just leave it there in a bowl.
I've never had enough room in my refrigerator for a watermelon. There's always so many gallons of milk that I can't fit a watermelon in there.
I grill my watermelon.
We've got Steven and Abby joining us as well. Abby, I see you're muted on your side.
Yeah, I've got
welcome both. Oh, OnlyFans. There we go.
And then I don't know how I was trying to do this from my computer, but it wasn't working. But I've cats right here.
I see the cat.
Yeah. He's not much for
Abby, where are you from?
Jacksonville, Florida.
Right. How's the weather down there?
Hot. I tend to hide in my house this time of year. It's just immediately wet. There's no other way around it.
Awesome. So you say 2 cats or 1 cat?
No.
5.
Here's I don't know how to flip this around, but here's another one. Okay, I see him there and all their cat toys, but
nice.
So yeah, there's the other. I think the other 3 are upstairs somewhere hiding.
Awesome. Wonderful. Steven, you'll have to unmute as well. How are you doing, my friend?
Just really quick, Braxton, this is your future. Young IT, old IT. If you keep letting it go, and this is what you're going to look like.
He's already got the hair almost there. I mean, he's just a couple inches behind you.
Right.
But
But
it's
just
very
work on
important
the,
to find a
work on the
job that
beard.
doesn't make you cut it to make you cut it.
It's not
Yeah,
fair.
right.
Hair than us. I'm
What's
just-
that?
It's not fair. Men have better hair than us.
All right. So here's the reason I have long hair, real quick. So for the longest time, I had a short haircut, just very normal, just good, sleek haircut. Then I started growing it out as I got older, and I saw the curls. And I'm like, well, it was meant to be. Because the curls only show up when I have long hair. When it's short, straight, flat, nothing. But I have curls.
Makes
That in
everybody
between
jealous.
little Q-tip head that you get is really kind of weird too. Really quickly, these are mine. That's my Bailey. Charlie's over there waiting to scream at the neighbor dogs. He's
Was
one
that
that he will not let me cut his hair. I have to sneak in little bits here and there so that I get the dreadlocks off. But yeah, they
Is that a yellow lab?
no, she is a American Foxhound.
Really?
And she is very houndish. She won't play fetch. She just likes to bark and dig and chase after the rabbits and squirrels in the yard. Unfortunately, I've got under the deck here, there's usually a family of rabbits because the people that used to live next door had a huge garden. So she always had the rabbits around. And the squirrels. There's Bailey.
Cool dog. Cool dog. All right, we're bringing some more guests on as well. Some names you might have known from chat. Greeners. Greeners, welcome.
I heard someone say something about nice hair, so I had to show off my beautiful head of
Yeah,
hair.
like, where do I sign up? Is that what
I'm
you're
making
saying?
my big reveal.
That is.
Hi, friends.
Well, the bald filter is working great. So it's really concealing
went
your
pretty
luscious
straight.
locks. Greeners, quick. How did you get home? Or are you still at the airport?
Yeah, so let's see. I went to Atlanta and I was there Sunday night, and we left Thursday. Well, we were supposed to leave Wednesday night at 10 p.m. And then Spirit Airlines delayed us half an hour until about 12:30 in the morning. Canceled. Get home. Sorry, not get home. Had to get ourselves into a hotel for the night with 4 kids who were very overtired. Had to pay a few grand to get on a flight the next day to from on Southwest, and got back yesterday afternoon.
So it was nice to hear that it was uneventful.
Yeah,
Trip was normal.
But give me lots of time to walk around the airport and chat on the stream.
That is cool. Sorry, I completely messed up the shot while you were talking.
That's okay. All right. Oh, perfect.
I don't even know what to. I had a saved.
We need Vicky. I was trying to flip my camera, but I've got too many privileges in here, so I.
Okay, let's see. Let me shrink this down. I'll put everyone big again. We don't need a huge.
If you go into settings and then to camera, you should be able to switch from front to back or back to front.
Okay, I'm just going to save the layout here like this. And
that's a lot of movement.
We always need a big only fan.
Custom layout 4. There we go. This is where we're going to be.
I'm wearing my my shirt today. What is this? This is my moose. What is this? This is my human costume. I'm really a moose.
I'm really a moose. Nice. I like it. What took you to travel? Was it business or pleasure?
The missus wanted to get away. This is the school ended last week.
You had to chase her down? Sorry.
You're pretty quick, all right.
That's awesome.
No, we had a great time at the Coke factory. It's my first time in Atlanta. Coke tour, whatever they call it. Centennial Olympic Park, Stone Mountain, which was like a really cool hike early in the morning. It was unbearably hot, though, of course, down there. But
did they let you taste any of the original recipe Coke?
My son tried to break into the vault. Tried to teach him all my tricks. Yeah, and I'm a Diet Coke guy, and they didn't have any of that on tasting display. But,
oh wow! So
yeah,
big disappointment.
Lots of international flavors. Yeah, it's a great experience.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, Greeners, it's good to have you here on
Thank you.
chat. Well, we've got a bunch of people. Plans for the weekend? Does anybody have? Oh, I know we've heard from Ada. Ada, we know the powwow. We're hoping for that. Adam, I think the succulent tour, will still be going on during the weekend. This is like a 48-hour thing.
Yeah, no, this is what I do. I'm just on camera right now.
You just walk around looking at your plants. Do you have like a track you follow, like a prescribed route? What is that one?
I mean, this is just a sort of normal sempervivum, but it's blooming. And so they're monocarpic, which means after they bloom, they die. So this one's going to die soon. And
well, it went out in the prime of its life, though. So at least
it goes out. Yeah, it goes out with a bang, but
a flourish.
I forgot what so we planted stuff in the front and the back. So there's always something to look at. Yeah, sometimes it's whatever we're most excited about, or if we're closest to whichever door, we'll just go out and see what's going on. So no real route, just front to back, and then whatever.
Do you notice significant change with each iteration of your trip?
Sometimes. There's some things that grow more quickly than others, and when things are blooming, every time you go out, you'll see more blooms or less blooms or whatever. I like tracking some of the newer stuff and making sure it's getting established. I've actually been courageous enough to put, like, when I first, if you remember last year, I had a bunch of succulents on the porch in containers. And part of the reason is because I wasn't sure about if they'd make it outside in the ground. And so I've started putting more in the ground, and they've been doing well. So I'm happy about that.
That's awesome. We're gonna just breaking news here. The jury has a question. We're waiting for it. We've seen a little bit of movement in court. I think we've got our audio configured so that it'll just start working when it comes through. I'm hoping, fingers crossed, that I did that right. So we expect a question here any minute. Sometimes it takes like 20 minutes or so for them to gather in court. So I'll keep an eye on that. But the audio's turned on. So as soon as that happens, I'll have you guys cut off and we want to listen to court.
So there goes the 5-minute must be in court rule.
Yeah, I think the announcement's coming out.
I don't know how she expects them to be there in 5 minutes. There's no way. I've been there. There's no way. I mean, I was there in 7 minutes and almost missed. Anyway, but yeah, that's not. So, what was question number 2?
Question number 2 is, can we have the cert report? Question number 1 is, can we go home at 4?
Oh, gosh.
Those are the only times the jury's asked anything.
Can we go home at 4 is not to me a question.
How did they respond to the cert question?
The response was, you already have all the evidence to consider in this case.
Was there a cert report?
No.
Nope.
If there was, I mean, if there was a cert report, it was never admitted as evidence by either side. So it was referenced that there was the cert team and that the reports were done, but I don't remember specifically hearing there was a cert report in the case.
Was there a back and forth between the two sides of how to answer that? Did the Jackson want to say there is no cert report, or it was just?
I think both sides agreed that the generic, you already have all the evidence to consider, was the right answer.
Okay.
I went through my notes, which is a book about yay thick, literally. And I remember hearing that they had talked about the cert stuff, but one of the witnesses said that he did not know of a report, an official report.
I wouldn't be surprised. There's the reports in this case are so, I don't even know that half of them don't exist. They don't know where others are. It's just
The ones they do have are dated wrong.
Yeah.
It's like documentation, right, Braxton?
What are you guys talking about?
Yes.
Balajit, we're talking about the Karen Reed trial. Are you familiar with the channel?
No, my friend.
All right, we're gonna set you out just for a little bit because I have to be cautious.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do it. Please, no.
You have travel credit. You have travel credits expiring soon, right?
Yeah, I'm setting him out just for a bit. I don't. We do have an open door policy, but I need to know who you are, and there's no camera running. I need to have just a little bit of assurance that if you're brand new to the channel, that you have a little respect for the channels for what's showing. I'd love to have a conversation if you're curious, but let's see. We have dueling plants. One cat's PJs is wherever you're from. It's dark where you are, which
I'm
is
from South Africa in Johannesburg, and it is dark.
it's dark. It looks beautiful plants though. Great coloring on those.
My plants are plastic.
The jury clock is stopped. We are waiting for the judge to come into court. Audio's turned on, so as soon as it happens, you'll hear it, and then we'll just ask everyone to be quiet, or I'll mute y'all.
I don't know why.
So we see enough that even though it's winter,
Beautiful.
And then it seems like it's out of nowhere.
Abby, it sort of cut out. We heard part of it. It seems part of nowhere.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, try that.
I was just saying, like, I'm just nervous for what the question could be because they've had no questions up until, well, besides, can we go home at 4?
Yeah.
There's been minimal questions.
There's been radio silence from the jury for most of this deliberation period.
All I know is I don't want to hear hung. I don't want to hear, what do we do? We cannot figure this out. That's the one thing I don't want to hear. I can't imagine retrying this trial.
If it is hung, do they retry?
I think they'd be foolish to.
Yeah.
Who has music? Is that you?
I don't hear any music.
Do they get the numbers like in other trials where it's like, it's 6?
Oh, it's the speed.
I just wanted to say hi to Greeners. I'm a big fan.
Adam. Oh, Adam.
How you doing?
No way, man.
Let's just talk and like nobody else is here.
Do I need to put you guys in a breakout room?
It is so much easier to do this in chat.
It is fun to have both of you on the same channel. First evidence that you're not the same person. So okay, I'm gonna go full screen on this, and we're gonna be small on the side. Does that work?
Something interesting that I read in chat and have heard is that the jury may be dressed very nicely today. Yeah.
Whoa, the jury maybe. Do we have any confirmation?
I've read it in chat.
I saw a photo of them a photo of all of the, not the jury, of course, but everybody else going in. Everybody's dressed real nice. And then they came in, I think it was, I can't remember his name, but he said that the jury is well dressed and that they are dressed like church clothes.
Man, why do juries do this?
Yes, I can't being well dressed in there for long.
Totally trolling us.
Yeah, completely.
Huh?
All right, I got chat on screen now. I'm a little more comfortable. It's back in my usual spot.
Okay, I see. We've got a lot of people over here in the corner. I'm gonna shrink the fan down. I'm just worried. I don't want to miss anything. So if you guys see any motion, let me know.
I've got it running on my monitor right here.
Okay.
Me too.
We'll make the fan just a tiny
I got
bit.
2 feeds running. I'm not taking 2 chances.
How many monitors do you have?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Well, I have these 2. I have an iPad and I have a laptop. So is that 4?
Nice.
Amanda H, welcome.
Hey!
You're
Not
part,
nothing
right?
important to say. I just wanted to pop in and say hi. I'm in my car between job locations, so I just wanted to come in and say hi to everybody and to enjoy seeing everybody's beautiful faces on this Friday.
Awesome. Well, we're hoping for a good question and then maybe a verdict.
Oh, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. So, but anyways, I got to get into my next location. I just wanted to pop in and say hi and tell everybody to have an amazing weekend.
Amanda, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm trying to read like 6 things at once, but have a great weekend yourself. Thanks for popping in. Good to see you on here. Drive safe as well. Okay.
I love it.
So here's what do you love?
Can you tell that IT is my life? That's fantastic.
Yeah, I have a computer off over here too. So I use these 3 screens. And then of course the phone. Stream Deck, Roadcast. I mean, Mr. Recovery Addict kind of helped me figure all this out. He's awesome mentor. He doesn't know it, but he's my mentor.
Let's see. Hang on one second. Let me see if I can. There we go. I just have to keep updating this this layout because it's a little funky.
Okay.
All right, Adam. I see you've got no pants Friday in full force.
Tech setups are one thing, but I'm impressed by Greener's toilet paper setup back there.
He's been hoarding. He's been hoarding since the lockdown, I think.
Because the bidet, it just sits there now.
Yeah, yes. It's true. That is a thing.
That is true. Mine broke. I got to go buy another one.
Adam, any suggestions? I wonder if Adam has any suggestions of a new bidet model for you.
Oh, that would take some time.
I got mine.
What's on your lap, Adam?
A very cuddly Chihuahua. So we've got 2 Chihuahuas. One is a mix, and then this the white one's a mix, and the black one is a full Chihuahua. But he's being very cuddly right now.
Have you trained it to say "Yo quiero Taco Bell"?
We do give them Spanish commands. So we say baño and tiempo for food, like time to eat. And it doesn't talk, but it does respond to Spanish commands.
What's with the tone of shame on your white one?
Yeah, so they've got fleas, and so it's just to keep it from biting itself too much.
Okay, breaking news: Adam has fleas. Got it.
What was that?
Breaking news: Adam has fleas. Yeah.
There it is. Let me highlight that one. There we go. Screenshot. Okay, you got it. All right. Any minute now, we're expecting something from court. I've seen a couple people that are saying that the jury has a question. The media is notified when the jury's called in, so I think that's how we have information on that. But I'm not. Well, actually, I'm going to do it this way. Let me.
Love the rug.
Trying to crank the audio to see if I can hear people coming in court at all. It's not working very well.
Yeah, I got both my audios turned up too, and I'm not hearing. Well, I should say this. I feel it before I can hear it. So sometimes I get it before you do because I feel that vibration. If you had my earbuds in your ears or my hearing aids, you'd be screaming from pain. I had to sign a release contract when I did an interpreting job at a conference. They had those big, huge, soundboards for concerts.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, I'll sign a release. I want you to crank it 100%. And then I had my own sound pack on, and I cranked it 100%. And they made me sign a release. And I'm like, I'm deaf already. It's fine. I promise.
The hearing damage is already. That's why I need the volume. Yeah. Okay. I'm seeing some movement on the camera. If you look at this. It looks like it's shaking. That would indicate that people might be coming into court. Sitting down, we might be a few minutes away from having something happen.
Imagine how we're going to feel if this is just a question. Imagine how we're going to feel when we get word that there's a verdict. We're going to be very anxious.
If it's a verdict, we are going to portal to Brandy Churchwell's channel. That's something I've said throughout the entire trial, so nobody be surprised about that. I want to watch the verdict on her channel. She's done a great job with this. But.
She's worked so hard. She was phenomenal. And she was so kind and let me share her charts and diagrams. She's just phenomenal.
And her podcast about this trial, I think it was number 32 in the nation in the true crime genre. It's awesome. I mean, it's getting a lot of people interested in true crime. So really cool.
There's a lot of movement on the camera on not on your feed, but the other feed I'm watching. So both cameras are shaking.
I will know I believe they did say that lunch is from 12 to 1. And yes. I believe it's 12.
Yeah. Yeah, it is
so
12.
Are they going to wait till after 12 till after 1 to share
free lunch? Of course they are. You got to have lunch, then you can give the verdict.
Well, it depends on how good or crappy that lunch is.
Well, that's fair.
More meal. Free.
I just have to hope that they give good food to these jurors.
I think it's
at least on verdict day.
It shouldn't be too good.
Or deliberations.
I mean, if we're serving lobster tail and everything, they're never going to come to a verdict. They'll be like, I can live like this.
Taxpayers' money may be paying for lobster.
Well, we were talking about the impact on the community. On one hand, this case is costing that community a ton of money. But on the other hand, there's so many people there that those small businesses, I hope, are making some good money right now.
Yeah.
Because that's a lot.
Like, do you need pizza?
Does my color look okay on your end?
Yeah.
I don't look don't have like a greenish hue.
StreamYard always looks a little oversaturated for me on my side. So it looks like StreamYard normally looks for me.
Okay. Good.
Braxton, I'm sorry, I think you're not really in the courtroom.
Yeah, right? I'm giving you updates. I know exactly what's going on. I don't see it all.
Melissa's going to subscribe to Adam's OnlyFan. Looks great. The lunch thing depends on whether they are getting pizza by Alfredo or Alfredo's Pizza.
I wish I had that music from Jeopardy, but it's copyrighted.
It's copyrighted.
Silly pictures.
There's a lot of the copyrighted music we can use. It just demonetizes the show. All the money goes to the copyright holder.
No, I'm not going to do it.
I
I'm not
appreciate that.
monetized, so yet I am up to almost 370 subscribers now.
That is awesome. That's really cool.
I get my 11,000 views. Yeah.
It's going to grow. It's going to grow. What you do is awesome. I think once the word gets out, I think you're going to boom.
Phrasing.
I'll be right back. I have someone crying outside my door.
All right. Okay, we've got 3 fans going, competing. Look good.
We have 4 fans. My
4
fan,
fans, yes.
The fan in the corner, and then everyone's fans.
I don't have any fans in my house. Well, I don't have any ceiling fans.
Does that count?
It has to be on camera behind you, but
It can be if I change angles.
Crystal, can I come on and show my fan? Yes, Crystal H. That's what everyone's doing. There's very little requirement. I do ask that you turn your camera on just so I can see that you're a real person and not going to
start selling us an extended warranty or vacation points.
That's not really. I'm okay with that, but I don't want somebody to jump on here and then suddenly turn a camera on with something inappropriate.
Samantha.
Tom, welcome.
Hey, before I go out and mow my yard, I figured I'd show my one dog that we got left here. He's a little crazy guy.
Nice. What?
Hey, look at buddy. Florida, Tampa.
Nice. How much do you charge on mowing? I'm asking for a friend.
A lot.
My lawn is 2 feet tall. I need to go. I'm going to do the whole thing with a weed eater, which sucks because I've got like 3/4 of an acre. But
I got a mower that would take care of it, but I'm a little far away.
I sort of have a mower as well. That's the problem. But yeah, we did a live stream trying to fix it, and it's still broken. I can do it, but it just sounds like I'm revving and it's almost dying. Almost dying. And I need to order that part, which I still haven't done, which I told Mrs. Ori I was going to do like 3 days ago. So
court.
Oh, court.
You
Here
are
we go.
unmuted.
We're back on the record on 22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, counsel, you're aware of our note from the jury. Dear Judge Cannoni, I am writing to inform
Dear Judge
you
Cannoni,
on
I'm writing to
behalf of the
inform you on
jury
behalf of the jury that despite our exhaustive review of the evidence
and our
diligent consideration of all disputed evidence,
we have been
unable to reach unanimous verdicts signed by the foreperson.
So I want to hear from counsel.
I want to hear from counsel. I'm sorry, I
your
don't know why
view on
we
whether
don't
there
have
has
audio
been
here.
due and thorough deliberation.
Can you hear her or
let's
just
start
me?
with Commonwealth.
We can hear her.
I
My
can
answer
hear
would be
her.
no, Your Honor.
Yeah.
This simply hasn't been sufficient time yet.
And what does the defense say?
Everyone can hear, apparently.
All right, so I'll hear from both of you in more detail. Mr. Lally, I will hear you.
Your Honor, the jury received this case just earlier this week. They've had slightly shortened days, and I'm not in any way, shape, or form suggesting that they haven't conducted their due diligence in regard to their deliberative process, but I would submit that it is far, far, far too early in their deliberative process to even consider giving them any kind of Tui Rodriguez instruction or anything close to that. Furthermore, what the note doesn't really indicate affirmatively that they can't come to a conclusion. It just says that they haven't come to a conclusion through their deliberative process at this time. They're not even asking for one, is what I would say.
All right, thank you. Ms. Gianetti, I'll hear you.
Your Honor, I would disagree with Mr. Lally's characterization of the note. The word exhaustive is the word I think that's operative here. They're communicating to the court that they've exhausted all manner of compromise, all manner of persuasion, and they're at an impasse. This is a case where the jury has the legal instructions. They've only really asked one question, which was to try to get a report that they were not allowed to get. And I think the message has been received that the evidence is closed. They won't get anything more. They've been working essentially nonstop over the last 3-4 days. We're approaching a weekend. They didn't come back with this at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock. They're at 12 o'clock and they have nowhere to turn. So our position is the jury should be read the Tui Rodriguez model instruction and go from there.
Okay.
It's an
All
Allen
right,
charge.
so you all know that it is within my discretion. I decide. So a case that has been, it's a long case. This is our 4th day of deliberations, but Tuesday was a short afternoon, maybe 2.5 hours. Wednesday, they left early because of an appointment. Yesterday was also shortened a little bit. And this note arrived with less than 3 hours of deliberations today. So the length of the trial, the length of the deliberations, I know the case we heard from 74 witnesses. There are 657 exhibits, very complex issues in this case. I'm not prepared to find that there have been due and thorough deliberations at this point. So I'm going to send them back out. We'll bring them in and we'll do that now.
This is going to be Massachusetts' version of the dynamite charge or the Allen charge, where the judge is sort of stern. You're going to hear the softness that she's had with the jury all along. Oh, jurors, you're doing such a wonderful job. That some of that will be gone, and it's going to be, look, you've got a job to do, and we expect you to do this. You can't just throw in the towel now. You need to go back and try harder. I think we got to Tom briefly. He dropped off again. We had Tom. Sorry, I didn't get the chance to welcome you on the stream here, but was it Tom? Whose dog is that? Hung jury.
I don't want to hear this.
I am getting texts from so many people right now. My phone is blowing up with people.
Do you think this is why, though, that they said yesterday come back with a clear head?
Let's listen. Yeah, this is crazy. It is wild. I think the judge did see some frustration on the face of the jurors, and that's why she had that message asking them to clear your heads, come back and try again. Let's listen for key words and tone here from the judge to the jury.
She's not smiling.
Right. So, jurors, I'm in receipt of your note. I am writing to inform you on behalf of the jury that despite our exhaustive review of the evidence and our diligent consideration of all disputed evidence, we have been unable to reach a unanimous verdict signed by your foreperson. We all know how hard you've been working. Lunch will be arriving shortly. When it comes, I'd ask you to clear your heads, have lunch, and begin your deliberations again. Or continue your deliberations. All right? So I'm sending you back out.
All rise for the court, please.
Ouch.
That was
a slap in the face. Eat lunch, get back to work.
Oh.
D&D's pizza about to drop off about 10 boxes of pies right now.
That was not an Allen charge.
No.
Typically, that dynamite charge is read verbatim. We read a little bit the instructions.
All right, so the note has been marked for identification, and we'll see you all either at 3:30 or when you get a phone call.
All right. Valley got hit what he wanted. Know that.
Triple B. Thank you.
So essentially, just another 3. Because they're ending at 3:30. They have another 3.
You are muted.
Otherwise, it's going to go over the weekend.
Yeah, 3:30. That's the end of the day. Lots of sorry, my phone is blowing up as well. I'm trying to focus, but I'm getting a lot of messages. This is crazy.
I just by my thinking and by the polls I've seen everywhere, I would say we have maybe 3 that think she's guilty. Firm. Got some people that might be on the fence, but I think the rest are not guilty. And if it's not that, then it's just exactly the opposite. I don't think we have one holdout.
I'm not wondering if it's not guilty of the main charge, but the lesser charges. I think that the lesser charge has been a confusing thing for them in the beginning because of the way it was written. And then we had the correction, but I'm wondering if it's of the lesser charge because her alcohol level was high. But my point is, so was everybody else's. And they're cops and driving home drunk. But that's not part of the trial. But I think that they're hung up on a lesser charge.
I don't know. I think that for them to find a lesser charge, they have to be first. For them to find her not guilty, they sort of have to buy into the conspiracy idea, right? They have to believe that something was faked, that there was this cover up, and if they believe that, I think it would be very difficult for them to say, yes, we think that Proctor planted the evidence. Yes, we think that the dog was involved or something like that. But we think she's guilty of something lesser. I don't think they could do that at all. So I think it's all or nothing for those that feel she's not guilty, that they're going for nothing. She's no charges whatsoever. She's completely free on all this.
Well, and I think defense kind of set themselves up in that boat instead of from the beginning saying, oh, it's a dog bite. Oh, it's a conspiracy. They kind of set that up instead of just saying like, hey, the Commonwealth has the burden to prove. We don't have to technically prove anything.
You guys need cheered up, huh? Just like me.
What's up, Mrs. Kevin?
You guys need cheered up a little bit.
Well, we were expecting a juror question, not a announcement to a hung jury.
What is the jury doing, Mr. Buddy? What are they doing? Are they having a hard time?
So cute.
He's like, what? I don't know.
That's awesome.
I have one of those in my box too.
What's in the box, Adam? Is it a mystery box?
Did you get a package today, Adam? Are we doing a big opening? Will you tell us who it's from first?
Out of the baby.
Mystery unbox.
I agree with Ada, though. I think that they're hung up on lessers because I mean, it's either that they're hung up on the whole thing, she hit him or she didn't, or they're hung up on the intent.
Are we
I
ready?
don't even think that the chat agrees with that.
I'm ready, Adam.
Do you want to do some guesses about what's in here?
I'm enthralled.
Hey, some more time.
We're all waiting.
Hold on, I'm checking the chat. Okay, I don't see any, so I'm just gonna go ahead. Okay, I'm trying. It's an interactive element. This is a rice cooker.
Ooh, dinner at Adam's tonight. How many cups can it make? Is it 2, 4?
3.5. It's a small one.
Okay, so you'll have to do a couple batches if we all show up.
Yeah, it's not going to feed too many of us.
So start cooking now. I like it. Does it connect to the internet? I mean, is this going to put an added load on anyone who wins the internet if they have to, help you set it or something?
There are some that have a lot of tech in them, but something I thought was cool is that it's a lot of rice cookers will have what's called fuzzy logic, which is I studied a lot of logic in school, and so it's kind of interesting, and that is a legitimate branch of logic where instead of the variables taking true or false, they take infinite number of numbers. They take many values, and
take what if any?
I don't know exactly how What was it?
They take what if any's?
So I don't know exactly how that's you know, they use that in this, but it's kind of a cool thing to see, like something, you know, this is primarily for my wife, but it's cool to kind of get something for her and see something I'm interested in it on the box. So
I'm gonna head out, guys. I have to go back to work. So
Thanks, Abby. Appreciate you joining us. Good to see you. We're gonna put Vicky in your place. All right. Let me talk a little bit about the verdict, because well, not the verdict, but what's happened here. First of all, we need to do a little research on Massachusetts. The Commonwealth does things a little bit differently there. They have their own words for themselves and everything else. They can't just be a state. We need to know what the rules are now for the jury. Is there a requirement? The way the judge mentioned this sort of just falls on her decision. She can decide, so she can get input from the lawyers, but she can decide what to do in this state, in this situation. And she says, I don't think it's been long enough. Does that mean it hasn't been long enough for that Allen charge to be issued, or just overall it hasn't been long enough? Because she didn't issue whatever. We can go back and listen, if somebody can go back and listen to say
I
what.
think you're saying that it's not long enough for the Allen charge to be issued, because the Allen charge is basically the last resort. Is that right? Once they come back after that and say we still can't do it, then they have to go hung.
It depends on the rules. Some states say once you have an Allen charge, that's you set off the dynamite. If it doesn't clear the log jam and they come back hung, then it's over. But if Massachusetts doesn't have that rule, they could literally just re-give the Allen charge, or just say keep trying. Sorry.
Yeah, it sounds like she just wanted to keep waiting until getting to that last point of Allen charge. I don't know.
I just want to say that I don't know why I'm here. I just got a message saying that people in chat were saying that you need to ask me something, and I have no idea. I was summoned and I arrived.
Somebody who rubbed your lamp. Welcome.
That is not nice to ask on a family channel. No, I'm joking.
Welcome. Let's just skip that. Well, we just had a question. Supposedly we had a question from the jury, but it was them announcing that they're hung.
Oh, do you know what it could be? It could be about why South Africa doesn't have juries. Maybe that's what people are wanting to know.
Yeah.
And it's for the reason that the average Joe who hasn't studied law for many years struggles to understand the intricacies of each law and what is acceptable and what is not acceptable, and what is fair and what is not fair, and actually can't be unbiased. Therefore, we just don't have juries.
So you just have professionals decide a case. Is it a panel?
So there's a judge. So there's one judge, and then there's two people who can kind of call the judge out if they disagree. And then also, like, it's pretty easy to appeal here, and you can appeal a certain number of times, and then it goes to constitutional court to make sure that the ruling was constitutional. But that doesn't have that much to do with juries. It's more just that judges can't, like, for example, with Tucker's trial, it was very clear that the judge hated him. So to appeal an appeal, it would make sense then to go to constitutional court, because is it constitutional that they're charging him? Is there bias, etc.? That also allows there to be a lot of different people making the decisions.
Yeah. Interesting. I like the jury idea. I like actually that it's a trial of my peers, right? That it's not a bunch of professionals looking at it. They're people that live where I live, that understand life the way it happens around me, and they're deciding. So for me, it's risky, because you know, who are you going to get? You could get Joe from down the road.
Tucker, though. Yeah, that wasn't Tucker's peers. That was a bunch of super rich Florida Keys mansion living.
In his defense,
like the homeless people, like
he is very much in the minority down there. I think you know, the way he lives,
and
is very different.
That's the reason why we don't have juries as well, because of the history and minority and etc.
Yeah.
Jules has an interesting update in the chat.
Say that a little slower and louder, Greeners.
Right. Jules has an interesting update in chat that she has two of her sources in the what's CR. So the two of the jurors are nodding their heads and wanted to go back. So it's not like two still going. There it is.
Oh. That's the observation from the courtroom that 2 of the jurors were nodding their heads and wanted to go back and redeliberate, or wanted lunch. One of the 2. I'm not sure which one. It could be either. But interesting. So it's. I wonder if the foreman's the holdout.
Why can't we see this happening? Why are we fanning?
We watched it already. It happened.
Sorry.
Yeah, it was right before you joined us. Karina Bowman, welcome.
Hi.
Let's sit you down in the corner there. Sorry about that. Say hi. Introduce yourself. What's on your mind?
Hi, I'm Karina. I just wanted to pop on. I'm headed to a work event. We're doing duck pen bowling. I hopped on because I'm in the minority here. Like,
oh, wonderful.
The very, very seldom 2 of us. Now, I did say I think she's still guilty, but there's reasonable doubt. So then she should be acquitted. However, if the jury is thinking the long way that I am, or at least 1 or 2 of them, then they're probably going to hold out until they see some kind of evidence to change their mind, which is why I think they're in hung jury, which is also what I voted in the poll, which was a hung jury.
Wonderful. So tell me, so when you say you're in the minority, you believe that she was involved, but that it hasn't been proven? Is that your position?
Yes, I believe there was something there because this investigation was botched from the beginning. I think there was something there that could have happened if she did know or didn't know. And then they just couldn't prove it, which obviously, you can't take that to trial if you have no evidence, and then you can't convict her if you don't have any evidence. So that's where I stand. So I'm not saying she should be convicted because there's no evidence, but I just have this, gut feeling that she is, but you can't, convict on gut feelings either. So that's where I am. And I think a couple of jury members probably feel the same way, but they might not have that logic of reasonable doubt to say, okay, well, she's not guilty.
Yeah, interesting. El Teddy, I came to a different conclusion about this fact itself, about her taillight being intact. The video, when I slowed it down and looked at it, to me, it looks like a large portion of her taillight is missing, like complete, not just cracked, but missing. When you slow down frame by frame as the car's leaving the driveway, and that was before anybody knew. And those pieces that were missing in that picture were recovered at the crime scene. That tells me that something happened there.
Yes.
But I was thinking, obviously there's got to be a hit. But the witness that from the state or from the FBI that talked about the cup and the cup breaking it and building the cannon and replicating the brakes, for me, having the cup break and the taillight shatter, that makes sense. I can't see the taillight shattering from hitting John O'Keefe.
Yeah, I agree.
And so that put me in the ballpark of, yes, something did happen, but it might not have involved John O'Keefe, at least not with his body in the car.
So Evie asked Anna's question, how do you dispute the scientific evidence? And my answer to that would be, if it wasn't properly gathered, then I cannot take it as scientific, because the way that they gathered it means that I don't believe in any of their science.
What's interesting, this is probably the first case where we've had like computer log data that's been interpreted 2 completely different ways as well, which has been interesting as well. The cell phone data, the butt dials, we have what we thought would just be hard evidence, right? You can print it off and see what happened. And we have experts that are telling us 2 different things happened, from the movements, from the positioning of the phone, from the car moving back and forth, what happened where. So even the hard evidence is being disputed.
Yeah.
The other hard evidence, the touch DNA on the taillight, not blood, but touch DNA on the taillight, right? That could have been there anywhere. It could have been from anywhere. It's a known acquaintance. It's a car that he was in previously, that he was around. It's his girlfriend's car. So
if there was any DNA found on the inside of the taillight,
Oh.
then I believe it more.
Case
But
closed.
with all that other evidence they found days and weeks later with the taillights, I cannot connect any. I have a hard time accepting anything connected to the taillight as evidence because of the way it was found, the way it was documented. There's too much doubt. So personally for me, I have to remove that part. Because if it's not gotten appropriately, then it can't be considered. Am I wrong?
Usually fruit of the poisonous tree, if it was collected illegally, it would be excluded from court. Say like they searched without a warrant and didn't have reasonable suspicion or probable cause. That would have excluded any evidence. But this was in the evidence gathering portion. They didn't follow protocols and even their own documentation guidelines.
They left the scene. Everybody left. They didn't leave anybody to monitor scene. They didn't preserve the scene. Then they go back hours and days later. That's where I'm having an issue. Go ahead, love.
Sorry, I'm just laughing because I made Adam a manager on my channel. Can you believe it? That was a wild decision, and I was tired. But
we all make
that's
mistakes.
why he's being tagged and things. Yeah. I actually realized that I was summoned for a StreamYard question, so no court expertise.
I was struggling with
that was me too.
Personality necessary.
With layout.
But you're not banned, right? You're not banned. You're good. You're good. I didn't ruin anything. You might have one less mod, but
I do.
The channel's fine.
I think.
But also, you're a mod, so that's done now, I guess.
Yeah, I tried to unmod myself and it didn't let me. So
we've got. Is it Shark?
It's Shark.
Shark, welcome, Shark. Quick introduction. Where are you, and what's on your mind?
I am in a small town called Childress, Texas, up in the Texas Panhandle. I'm currently on lunch, so I'm just gonna pop in for a little bit here because I've been sitting here thinking about these juries that can't come to a decision.
What was your take on the hung jury? Do you think that they followed the instructions? Do you think there's a holdout?
I think there's holdouts. Maybe one, maybe more. And I'll tell you why, because I've been noticing this slow uptick in hung juries. They used to be pretty uncommon. And pardon me if a cat jumps into frame. I've got a couple in here with me. Is a boy. But anyway, so my thinking, I don't know a lot about the Karen Reed case, unfortunately. Like I mentioned a couple days ago, I kind of got distracted by tornadoes. But I've noticed basically in all social aspects, people are having trouble like evaluating evidence as it comes in order to change their decisions, change their opinions on things, not just in court, but in real life as well for a lot of things, because it's a very like team player mindset. This is my team. I'm going to be ride or die for this team. And so I think you mentioned it yesterday. If a juror comes in with the conviction, oh, she's guilty, their job then in their mind is to convince everyone else to change their mind. They're not going to sit there and think, well, maybe I'm the one that needs to change my mind. And I think that's an education issue. Just
how do you do that? Is that something you do as a jury instruction, or is there an exercise the court needs to perform with the jury to sort of get them into that mindset? This is what it looks like to come in unbiased. This is what it looks like to rethink your position. This is what it looks like to argue the points that are most detrimental to your current position. How do you get the jury to rethink critically where they stand?
I think they need a process.
Yeah, and I think it starts way before they get into the courtroom. I think this starts in like elementary school.
Can you imagine a class in elementary school, public education, required education that teaches you about the legal process and the duties of your role as a juror?
I mean,
Is
I
that
had
not something you
that
should
in
know
high
in order
school.
to be a juror?
Vicky's
Yeah,
like, this is
I
why.
had it in high school.
What was it called? Was it just civics? Was it?
It was called theory of knowledge, and the whole idea was you go into class and you argue, you're presented with a topic and you can pick your side on the topic and you argue your side. And we argued everything from like literary analysis to serious ethical questions, and you can kind of jump or bunch that together with a comprehensive science education where you teach the evaluation and gathering of evidence. And you learn that it's okay to be mistaken. It's okay to change your mind, because the goal is not to win, it's to be the most correct you can be.
So that class flies right in the face of the debate high school class, where the person who says the most words in the shortest amount of time wins. It's just who
yeah, I didn't do debate.
So they taught critical thinking.
Yes.
Like, that's something that when I went to high school, like not all that long ago, it was significantly lacking. Like, learning critical thinking in school is something that just doesn't happen much anymore.
Yeah, I graduated in 2008, so I have no idea what changed between now and then.
Yeah, I've noticed, like, people have a harder time critically thinking. They take things at face value, and they don't look at the outside things to change their opinions. Like, they get set in one way, and they can't see the reasons to change their opinion.
I think the Gen Zs and the Gen Alpha and whatever they're called, I think they're a lot more critical thinking minded than millennials, Gen X, boomers. I think that they question so much more than we did. So maybe they don't have to teach it in school, because they're just like, that's just their norm. They just don't go like, yes, because other generations did it, we'll do it.
But cynicism and skepticism are not the same thing, because like, and then I'll say the difference. If you question everything, you would say, oh, well, at least you're questioning everything, but not everything deserves the same amount of scrutiny. Joe Schmo down the road, who works at the local feed store, he starts talking about complex
Great guy, by
rocket
the way.
science. Joe Schmo down the road is my homie, man. But
spirit animal.
He's talking complex rocket science, and he says something that doesn't align with what I know about physics. I have a right to be extremely skeptical of what he has to say. But if a rocket scientist who is outstanding in his field, currently employed by NASA and has been for 20 years, says something about rocket science, I don't really have any justification to be more than slightly skeptical of what he has to say, unless it also flies in the face of everything we know about physics. So like the problem with cynicism, is there are experts. And if you question an expert the same way you question a rando on the street, you'll never get anywhere, first off. And like,
I disagree.
In the trial, we had experts in the trial that came to vastly different conclusions, but that's where you as a juror have to say, like, what comports with the evidence and what sounds like they were looking for the softest possible read on this.
With credibility, the jurors are given the instruction that with all witnesses, they can judge their credibility. It's not just that, it's not just the witnesses that have been, impeached, right? They can look at every witness and even if they're not, the rocket scientists, they can say, yeah, but this guy's talking about stuff that just, I don't buy it. It doesn't pass the smell test, and the jury can do that. So I think the jury is right, even using a gut instinct, if it's something that they could morally stand to and make a decision based on, in deciding whether something is credible or not.
I have
So
something.
just as an example, women weren't even tested for ADHD until the 70s, because experts did not believe women could have ADHD.
I have ADHD.
So do I. I will forever question experts because there's so many things that are just accepted, and we have the grace of access to the internet. We can do our own digging. We can be cynical and we can be skeptical about literally anything we want.
So,
But at the same
that
time, sorry, go ahead.
Something that I, along those lines, knowledge and credibility are not the same thing. Because what I've noticed in trials recently, because I have an IT background, because I understand a lot of this stuff and I dig deeper on what these experts say, like I do research on what these experts are talking about to actually understand it. These experts are very knowledgeable, but they're not credible. Like they're taking their knowledge and the data and coming to a conclusion that is less than honest. And just because they're experts, their credibility is what matters. Like Joe Schmo down the street, what is his credibility? Like, do you know, is he a known liar? Is he someone who exaggerates everything? Well, maybe don't trust him on rocket science. But if he's someone who likes to learn and does research on these random things and comes to you all the time with all these weird facts that no one needs to know, but he finds interesting, maybe there's a little bit more credibility. Obviously, he's not an expert. But I think one of the most credible witnesses we had was Lucky, who was not an expert, but he was by far the most credible. He was just honest. Like, and I think the only honest experts we had were the FBI experts, because they had zero skin in the game.
They seemed credible to me because of their impartiality.
Yeah, exactly.
That added a lot to it.
Exactly.
Whereas I did lose a lot of the credibility I felt that the Trooper Paul had just by his inability to answer basic questions about the field that he claimed to be an expert in. That I lost a lot on that one. And he probably knows more about that field than I do. I mean, he's probably forgotten more than I ever knew. But still, I can.
But what is he hiding?
Yeah, it looked to me like I can't trust anything that he said, unfortunately, and he may have been right, but I can't believe it. But we've welcomed Jules and Sim to the channel. Sim no camera. Jules, briefly. Greeners, we'll see you.
I'm not a camel, but maybe I'll be back on later. Thank you.
All right, we are limited to just 10 people on the screen, so if anyone wants to drop off, we can let other people in. But Lisa as well. Lisa, we forgot to welcome you. Lisa, welcome. Where are you from? Pittsburgh. All right. And Sim, where are you at? I don't know if we have Sim. I'll put her in the green room again for a little bit. Jules, I've met you. You're in Florida. How are you doing?
The notorious Jules.
Yeah, that would be me. Well, Scott, I woke up this morning. I went out last night because I didn't want to watch the debate. And then I woken up early this morning because I have 2 contacts in the courtroom. And they're like, you better get up and you better be ready. They're all dressed up. So my thing was when I heard that, and when I was doing the Maya trial and reporting for you, and I told you they came in dressed up, verdict, which was true. I thought, okay, we're going to have a verdict today. Now with what happened, in my opinion, because we all know I'm not a lawyer, just a court watcher. I honestly think that they made a decision yesterday, and that's why they wanted to go home to sleep on it. And given the fact that they all came in dressed up, they were going to give a verdict. And I think once they got back into that jury room and they started talking, one or more changed their minds.
They're like, I thought about it. overnight. I just can't. I don't feel good about this. I'm backing out. And now they're like,
Yeah.
but I dressed up for nothing.
So,
in my
I mean,
uncomfortable clothes.
That's where I'm going with this. That's my only thought on it. I am curious to know, though, did they reach a verdict on the main charge and they changed their minds, or something happened with the lesser included?
I hate the lesser included. Like, that's such a messy and confusing system.
It really is. I agree with you on that.
It doesn't seem fair to me either. It seems like
Yeah.
you're getting multiple attempts to convict
And
somebody.
so I thought they would maybe they were going to split. Not that I agree with this, because I don't, but I'm thinking, did they think, okay, we're going to split the baby here and give her a not guilty on the 2nd-degree murder and give her a guilty on one or both of the lesser charges?
The problem is the courtroom is not politics, or it shouldn't be. In politics, oftentimes we make compromises, right? We have people on different sides. We try to see where we have an agreement. We say, well, I'll give this ground, you give that ground. In the courtroom, it's either you did it or you didn't, right? Either you're guilty or you're not. And if we have 5 on one side and 5 on the other, it's like, all right, we'll compromise and do a lesser included. No,
it's not even that. It's not even did you do it or not. They don't care if you did it or not. It's does the evidence show beyond a reasonable doubt that you did it or might have done it.
Exactly.
So
exactly.
So here's the thing. Sorry, I'm gonna pipe up.
Amber, go ahead.
Because I've been waiting patiently and I've got to get back to work too. So what everybody needs to remember here is not really what your theory is, right? At the end of the state's case, when the state rested their case, were you convinced beyond any and all reasonable doubt that Karen Reed backed into John O'Keefe and he landed in the yard like he did, and she was responsible for his demise? Now, if you think she was involved, that is still a not guilty vote. You cannot vote based off of emotion. The justice system is designed to go off of any and all reasonable doubt. And the law is spelled out for you on what that means and what you have to come to in conclusion in order to get to a guilty or not guilty vote. I guarantee you, if there's somebody on the jury right now that's saying guilty because they just quote unquote feel like she really did it, but they can't really explain how or how they're convinced or what really did it for them. If they cannot do that and actually express these things in the jury room, that's not a true vote, in my humble opinion.
No,
And
I agree.
if that's how something like this is handled, every one of those jurors that disagreed with that one juror is going to out them when everything goes public, because they're going to say this was not fair. We've seen it in how many trials where jurors call people out because they're not following rules or somebody is following the rules too closely.
Do we need to change the voir dire process to sort of weed out those that are unable to think critically and follow instructions as a juror?
That would be a great idea.
Yeah.
But the problem is they want those people who don't think critically, because their job as attorneys is to convince a person. And so they want someone who can buy what they're selling. So the voir dire process, if anything, is encouraging and rewarding attorneys for finding the people who are easiest to convince. And people who are easy to convince are not necessarily easy to change their mind.
I agree with that. I would like to ask everybody on the panel their opinion of what Lolly's response was to the judge.
So by that, let me go over and say what it was. The judge read the "we're hung" letter. Lally said, "I don't think they've put in enough time. We've had some half days. It's just they haven't put in their due diligence to really look at this." He must think that he's winning.
I would agree on that. At the very least, they don't want to come back on a hung jury, because a hung jury means there's a chance that this all happens again.
Does Yannetti think they're losing, or does he
That's
think
what
they
I
won't
thought.
retry it?
That's what I thought, Braxton, and the reason why I'm with you on that is because if in fact they do hang, Lolly is definitely going to want to retry this. I do not think Karen Reed is going to be able to come up with the financial issues to be able to have the same legal team defend her a second time around. And I think Lolly knows that.
I disagree, Jules. I think because a lot of the legal fund for Karen Reed has been crowdsourced. I don't think she's going to be without this legal team at all whatsoever.
Yeah, I think Karen's in a different spot than, say, like the Kelly trial, the rancher. And he would have been in a tough spot. It just, in the moment, he got a little bit of crowdfunding to support his defense. I think that was sort of, it passed, the bubble passed. But Karen Reed, it's just grown and grown and grown. I think if they do try to retry, I think she would be in a better situation to crowdfund legal expenses, which are getting harder to do nowadays because a lot of the companies don't want to be involved in supporting somebody who's charged criminally for something.
I think that now that we've seen what the evidence is, there'll be more sympathy to crowdfund her defense.
Yes.
Maybe.
And that's
exactly.
I'm worried also about the community. I don't know if this community could survive another trial like this. I mean, this trial is millions of dollars on the community in expense. I know they're getting money from all the people there, but this is tearing this community up. And I'm worried not just for Karen, but the children, the families, everybody involved. Being in that boat before as a spouse, it's so horrible. I would hate to see this in a hung jury. And by the way, while I'm speaking, Jules, never met you before, but thank you for what you did with the Maya. I was hanging on it, every word. I've just been YouTubing, 3 months now, Recovery Addict? But I'm honored to be in your presence. Nice to meet you.
Oh, well, I'm very humbled, and listen, all the thanks and the props actually go to Scott, because had he not allowed me to call in on a regular basis, I just would have been reporting strictly on my TikTok. So it all goes to him. So thank you, Scott.
You're too kind. Jules was our eyes in court. It's wonderful to have somebody who can give us something that we can't see anywhere else, and did phenomenally.
I'll be in court
and took
on
Nikki
August
for it as
1st.
well.
I'll be in court on August 1st for the sanction hearing.
That's gonna be awesome. Keep us in the loop on that.
I hate to take away from this, but where are we at with the Maya trial?
Sanctions.
We are on sanctions. Judge Carroll will hear that at 1:30 p.m. on August 1st. A lot of the sanctions that were brought against each other, a lot of them, both sides withdrew the majority of them. So there's really only 3 that are going to be heard for that. Whether he makes a decision at the bench, I don't know. We'll find out then. There was something filed on June 18th. I'm not going to place too much emphasis on it, but it seems that the Kowalski team did file a settlement offer to Jay Hatch.
That was going to be the next question.
They did, but I can promise you this: there's no way. I don't know what it was. That's
yeah, that'll never be disclosed.
Yeah, But I can promise you this, that there is no way Hunter and Shapiro and company will ever accept any settlement offer. So, but that was done on June 18th. And as far as the family is concerned, they are doing very well. They are living their life. They've got back some of their normalcy, which is a good thing. Maya was accepted at the University of Miami. However, she was supposed to start in August, but she decided to defer, and she's going to do a little bit of traveling just to clear her head, and and then she will start in for the spring semester instead of the fall semester.
That family needs to do that. They really need to decompress. This has destroyed them in some sense, but now they need to take the opportunity to rebuild their family, discover who they are, their identity.
life.
They're so wrapped up in this for so long, and they need to discover themselves again. And Maya is going to be an amazing young woman, and her brother's going to be an amazing young man. The
Yeah.
father's going to do well, but it's
They are.
to heal.
They
And
are.
it took years after going through a trial to heal.
Yes, I couldn't agree more.
This is
I'm
the
not.
current
I
interest
never.
counter, by the way. 8.3 million.
Isn't that something? I never went to college. I never took what do they call it, SATs or any of that stuff. But
Yeah.
I can tell you this: that Maya's SAT score was 501. Yeah, 501.
Is that ACT score? Because SAT is higher.
Yeah. All I know is that's what Jack told me,
SAT,
and
that
the
was
University of Miami took her in, boom, just like that.
Yeah, because SAT is maximum 1,200 or 1,800, depending on if
I
they do
don't
the
know.
writing.
See, I never went to college. I all I have is a high school education. That's it.
It's the equivalent, definitely the equivalent of. But my heart went out to them this whole time, and I was crying when the verdict came in, just with them. And you and RA, I watched the whole thing with RA, but he didn't know I was there.
Yeah.
Well, lurkers.
I'm going to go ahead and hop off and go back to working myself.
I wanted to say thank you. Thanks for joining us on your lunch. I appreciate your insights. You've got a good analytical mind, and I appreciate your questions and ability to look at things that way and what you brought. Appreciate that.
I appreciate all you do. You guys have a good one.
Thanks.
Bye. Nice to meet you.
Hey, Ari, can I get a mic check real quick?
Sounds good, Thal. But your picture looks like Jake. Is that Jackson?
Jensen Ackles? No. See, there's bound to be some confusion. Me and Jensen Ackles, okay, actually look almost identical. So it's not his picture. It's my picture. No. It's my picture. Okay, it just looks like Jensen Ackles. Okay, because in my mind, I am Jensen Ackles. Okay, that's just what that is.
You identify as him. Great.
There you go.
What's
there
on your
you
mind?
go. Last time it was a pug. This time,
we're moving up. What are your thoughts on the hung jury? We had a spat of hung juries lately.
My perfectly well behaved Thal answer is that I think we have some jurors that might be lacking the enthusiasm and mental acuity to really represent the situation and therein the laws to obey in a very rigorous way. The non PC Thal answer is brutal, and I'll get punished for it. So I won't say that one.
Thank you for saying the quiet part out loud in a very eloquent way.
I'm trying for RA. I'm really trying.
Appreciate that, Paul.
It's stimulating my aggravators that there's people on the jury that are like this, and it does beg a question, though. I thought while I was sitting in silence pondering my existence. I love the dog, by the way. The dog picture is awesome, Sim.
Thank you.
It's awesome. The Yeah, hello ADD. No, but the thing is that if we take those jurors, maybe something happened to where somebody has some sympathy maybe for Officer Paul. They didn't like the way he was treated. I mean, he did it to himself. No, don't, but maybe some of the juror just didn't like the approach that the defense took to Paul, because Paul may have been incompetent, but he didn't necessarily say anything as bad as Proctor. So maybe they're being punished in some way.
But by the same token, that is not how the justice system is supposed to work.
And they were specifically given instructions to ignore that if you have any hard feelings or you dislike the attorneys for any reason, that has to be set aside. You guys
are so cute that you don't think human's human.
Hey,
that is adorable.
Don't even start with me.
If human, this thing would have never gotten to this point.
If Proctor can send all those text messages and not have it affect his investigation in any way, I think we can make the same assumption. We can set aside our feelings.
Proctor was having a busy day, and he didn't have his kibbles and bits and didn't have a head pat. So, I mean, maybe he was feeling a little bit frisky, and he said some things that were untoward. And I'm just saying.
Come on, he knows that this stuff can get retrieved. It's one thing if it's saying your buddy across the hall. That's one thing. But to type it in, knowing that this is the cops' major way of tracking people nowadays, that's just stupid, or you meant it.
Yeah, and on a serious note for Proctor, it's one of those things that when I talk to local PD guys and I talk to local state cops, they always I got the same message every single time, which was when I'm doing an investigation, I don't talk to anybody about it except unless it's people that are also doing the investigation. That's the only people I talk to. You don't share it with friends. You don't share it with other cops. You don't share it with family. Anybody outside that little bubble of the investigation, you do not share, period. That's what I was told.
That goes back to what we heard a couple days ago with the locals that were up around Canton and said, you guys don't understand. We've had this problem for a long time. There's a culture here where if either it's real or it's perceived, but there are groups up here who believe that there is corruption throughout the system right now. And this is just, status quo, that we see it in our government. We see it in our police. There's the haves and the have-nots, the townies and the non-townies.
But I'm just trying to kind of theorize any way that someone could look at this case and still be on the fence somehow. I'm really struggling to, but I'm Officer Paul made me sympathies there. Maybe they say the car hit him, but we have experts that say they didn't. It's one of those things where, I'm having trouble finding why anybody would struggle with this. I can't get there.
I'm going to give my final thoughts and hop off, y'all. At the end of the day, the defense does not have to prove anything whatsoever. Period. Full stop.
That's it. Facts.
So if
they did.
The defense caused confusion and that they presented and didn't prove a conspiracy theory, it doesn't matter. The law is based on, did the state prove its case beyond any and all reasonable doubt? Everything else is irrelevant. Now, those saying that it's human nature to put feeling and emotion into this, sure. However, your former experiences and stuff like that they tell you to take into the jury room and take into consideration. You're allowed to use your common sense and your experiences. What you're not allowed to do is rule by emotion. And that's the problem. And that's where objectivity in justice gets lost.
Yeah.
Have a good day, y'all. I'm going back to work.
Amber, thanks for your help. Enjoy.
Thanks, Calypso.
Sim, we didn't get a check-in from you. What part of the country are you from?
I'm from Michigan.
Michigan. All right, wonderful. And who perfectly behaved Thal? Where are you at again?
Nebraska.
Nebraska. All right, wonderful. All right,
jumping off of what Amber was saying real quick, and back to a conversation we were having earlier. I think one of the solutions to the way juries are, the problems that we are seeing with juries, is significantly better jury instructions. I think that a lot of this can be solved if we have good jury instructions that lay out everything in like a flow chart. Let's get them a flow chart. There we go. Can we just do a flow chart with the jury verdict? Yeah.
Give them a tool to plug in what they know, and then based on what you understand, based on what you've said, here's what your answer should be. Now that would be like a
hey Braxton, I love your idea, sir. One thing I would put in front of it is just a little caveat test that says, what is a flow chart? So we can
that should be part of voir dire.
There you go.
Can you operate a flow chart?
If your answer is what is a flow chart, you are dismissed.
Yes.
But I think if we explain to juries what, and I think jury instructions do it okay in a lot of cases, but I think if it's possible to explain to them more of this is the mindset you need to be in. This is what the states or Commonwealth said this. This is the evidence they put forward. If this doesn't match what they said, then then you go to the next step. Because my problem here is that Commonwealth proved nothing. Absolutely nothing. Nothing. And I'm wondering if...
You mean it wasn't snowing?
The apron was clear. I know that much.
They proved that it was snowing, and they proved that there was reasonable doubt. That is what they proved. And I'm not sure how it's not obvious to the jury, other than they're voting on a motion or the lesser included, like we were saying. I think that
it has to do with the lesser included.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear
you. It says my mic isn't working.
It's not that mic. We're hearing your onboard mic.
Oh, all right. I need technical
I have
help.
a question.
Yeah.
Okay, say this is hung and they have to try this case again. What is it going to take to prove guilt? And will they change? Are they with the evidence that they currently have? They'll have to represent it. Is there anything they can do to change the way they presented it to get a guilty verdict in your mind? Mine is no. Second part of that question is, what do you need to see to go to the guilty side? What is it that you would have to see? I think we've talked about this before, but not with this group.
I think their cards are already been dealt in some ways that they can never get to a royal flush, right? Had they done the investigation properly, I think they could have gotten up there and just addressed the key facts, the broken taillight, whatever, and presented it, had a much better case than if they got up there and started with defending the Alberts and defending the McCabe's. And
that's it.
You can't cut that out now. But you have to have that in there because you didn't investigate it on the front end. And now they're on their heels because they have to say, yeah, we did it wrong, but this is why. They're good people and they're nice and they were just drinking. Everyone had 2 White Claws and went home and it was a good party and nothing happened. They have to put something out there because there is this huge question that should have been answered during the investigation and it wasn't.
I know how they do it. They bring the FBI experts and they use their theory. He threw the glass, she reversed and hit him. She got angry because he threw the glass at her taillight and it broke and she was angry. You know what?
Okay,
that's a better
the lack of injuries.
Okay, what I'm saying is that's a better theory than what they presented. Like,
Well, they need to stop with all the minutia, like Scott said, what they did in the beginning, bringing in the McCabe's and the Alberts, and that was the first, I think, 20 somewhat witnesses was all geared on defending them instead of prosecuting their case. To me, that was a bad look. So they need to eliminate that. In order to prove your theory, Braxton, they're going to have to bring somebody in, an expert, to say that happened. Well, here's the problem with that. Even though the jury doesn't know it, they're going to find out afterwards. The Department of Justice and the FBI hired the crash daddies. You can't get any better than them. So how are they going to prove their own ME couldn't definitively say, yeah, his injuries are consistent with being hit by a car. And also,
they're not.
Go ahead, no, go.
They're absolutely not. Like, I think that you just have to take the car being the weapon out of it. Like, the car wasn't the weapon. Now, here's a video that I saw, and I sent this to you, RA, and I think we mentioned it yesterday. It was the video done by American Standard Dog Training. The Karen Reed murder trial conspiracy. He's a police canine expert, and it proved almost definitively in my mind that was a dog attack. Like, he laid out that theory beautifully. He laid out with the evidence that was shown. Like, it was a really good video. And he has a arm analog that they use for bites. And it's a cast of an arm, of a human arm. And he shows the dog bites that are in it. And he, bends it so you can actually see what the striations look like. And it's basically identical to what we see in the autopsy pictures. It looks like a dog nipping and biting shallowly because the dog doesn't know how to bite.
And he's pulling his arm away.
Yeah.
Right? That's what
it proved to me. It really definitively proved it in my mind that it was a dog attack.
If we have, based on the fact there's no bruising on his arm where they say the point of impact was, that we know that the car didn't hit him, it honestly, it doesn't matter if he got bit by a dog on or before or after he died, because the dog didn't kill him. Okay.
No.
Unless the dog bit him and he fell and hit his head. I mean, the dog is out of the picture unless the dog was the reason he fell and hit his head.
How do you get all the face damage?
Well, I was just going to say, Braxton, Scott, do you remember Paul O'Keefe's testimony? Do you remember what Paul said when he went to the hospital to see his brother? He said on direct testimony that when he saw him, he looked like he did 10 rounds in an MMA fight. He said it.
But those same injuries could be sustained aside from the scratch on the nose and the cut on the eyelid, right? Those are wounds that happened on the front of his face. Something has to account for that. It might not have happened during the fight. I don't know if this was old, new. It could have been his own hands that hitting his own hand. The black eyes, all that was caused by the impact on the back. The swelling on the brain was so severe that it crushed his spinal column, and the swelling came forward and even broke some of the bones on inside the eye socket from the internal pressure. That's going to cause that swelling. And so I don't buy into that he had to be beat from the front when the wound from the back is enough to justify it. I think there would have been more significant tears on his face if he had been beaten that severely.
The blackening of the eyes could have just been drainage from the brain injury and had nothing to do with being hit or anything in the face.
If you look at the photos that were shown, you have one photo that was taken shortly after his, when he got to the hospital. Then you have an autopsy. The eyes are much more swollen and pronounced. All of that's from brain injury. I'm a first responder. I've said this before. I've been on many scenes. I don't know what I dropped. Oh, ice. But what got me in all of this and what got me to believe this was not a car accident is this. I have seen people hit by vehicles. I witnessed it once, and I've been on many medical scenes as a first responder. And I've been on several that were hit by cars. You fall back. All the blood is going to go this way. Gravity is going to pull it back. The ears will swell if it's coming out the blood. Fill up with blood. If it's coming from the nose, it pulls in the ears. All the head blood from the head wound is going to be here. But when they showed his shirt, I went, The blood flowed down like he had a broken nose, or the cut on his eye or his nose bled down.
And how do you account for the vomit?
Well, the vomit is from the head wound. Now, hear me out. Say he got in a scuffle.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he got punched, and he walked out and left. And then the dog got out and attacked him. He fell backwards, hit his head on the fire hydrant, stumbled, and boom. But the problem I have with that is that either way, that would not involve Karen Reed. The vomit would come from the head injury. Some of the signs of a head injury, as the brain starts to swell, they come combative. They are not as cooperative. They vomit. They do all these things. Sometimes there's foaming in the mouth. All of this stuff happens as the brain swells, and that is horrible. But what got me is you have a hard enough object sitting there, which was a fire hydrant, where a little piece of light was found, a tail lens was found. Nobody tested it for DNA. Nobody did anything with that fire hydrant. And that was the only thing in that vicinity that could cause a wound on the back of the head, as which he had.
There wasn't anything hard around the base of the flagpole?
No.
Or we just don't know because I don't take pictures?
Just the piece of the cup.
See, that's it. They didn't take pictures. Nothing was written down. And how do you keep finding pieces of lenses up to 3 weeks later? It smells bad to me.
And the pieces got bigger over time as well. The tiny pieces were found, later that day, and then after everyone left and the snow melted, they started finding massive chunks.
Yeah.
Wouldn't the snowblower have uncovered that? Leaf blower.
Leaf blower, yeah.
Yeah.
Braxton, I'm sorry, sir. Did you just inquire to the capability and resourcefulness of this police department with a leaf blower or any other type of technology that is outside of maybe a pencil?
I thought, why didn't they're thinking the way they were thinking? I'm surprised somebody didn't say, anybody have a torch blower?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Whatever they found, at least they kept it in good evidence bags.
Mm-hmm.
One of those. Who gave it to you?
Nice.
This is from Pants. I got a Stop and Shop bag from Pants.
Hold on. Rita, do you have I was going to say, do you have solo? Yep, falling out of K. Do you have any solo cups, buddy?
Yeah, really. Scott, you need some solo cups.
Police Trenton PD evidence collection kit.
Actually, you should put a dollar bill in there and see if it eventually turns into $2.
Okay, guys, I have some friends that are evidence collection or work as investigators and whatnot and in PD. And when we discussed this, they all but fell over in their chair. It's best to leave it there than it is to inappropriately collect it. You can put a solo cup over.
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest. Protect it by putting the solo cup over it. And at least that marks where it's at, and you can take a picture.
Well, they didn't even mark where his body was, and that was something somebody was arguing with me about. And I said, think about it. Where he was laying, they said there was no snow under his body, which means he was there long enough. What little snow was on the ground would have been melted by the heat of his body initially. So when they got him onto the gurney and into the ambulance, they even themselves, one of them said that they knew his chance of survival was very nil. Everybody knew. When you walk up, we know that this is not going to go well. And if it does, he's never going to be the same. So why did they not flag where that body was instantly? Instantly.
They knew it was a crime scene.
I'm so
They
sorry.
didn't secure it either.
But in their defense, when the medics arrive at a scene, their primary interest is not to secure the crime scene. Their primary interest is treatment, and so that's always going to be number one. And then after that, they do what they can to secure the crime scene. But they didn't do that part after.
He didn't. And the other thing is, the cop showed up on scene. At first, he said he didn't participate in CPR. I was all like, Karen's running back and forth, and everybody gave her hell about that. Y'all, he's the first responder. She's not. And chest compressions are far more important than the breath. It's 30 to 1. So, but I just felt from the moment they arrived on scene, it was not handled right, even from a first responder's perspective.
Yeah, and following on that, Ada K, on exactly your motif on your theme there, is the fact that it does it. I mean, for anybody out there that's first responder or a cop or a fireman, please, chime in the chat and everything, or even on here. But I'd really love to get your opinions on, if there's a cop fatality, why aren't we pulling out every stop? You would figure out every I is dotted, every T is crossed. You're making sure whoever's going down for this gets nailed. Just every nail is perfectly in place. I mean, you have an incentive to do that, don't you? I mean, we're all human. Well, I mean, we're all human, and I know, they investigate everything the same, blah blah blah. Great, okay, we all feel better. But honestly, when it comes down to it, if it's one of your guys, I know that in the military, if you do that within a unit of ours, man, we're gonna make sure every T is crossed, every I is dotted to make sure you burn. You know what I mean? Well, we're gonna take that personally.
Right after the victim is gone. And I say I'm a first responder and I'm there. I treat everybody the same. I'm going to pull every ounce of whatever's in me to keep you alive. Doesn't matter who you are. But once the victim is in that ambulance, boom, everything should be on. They should be preserving scene. They're going to do everything above and beyond. But the other part of this is the Alberts. Scott, I sent you pictures of the inside of their home and everything. There is no way on God's green freaking earth they did not know that there was police and fire out there. That, number one, if the dog was in that house, that dog would have responded.
Absolutely.
Lights, they may have blackout curtains, but on the edges and in the middle, you're going to see it. And all of this stuff about him not knowing, there is no way they did not know when their personal bedroom. I thought in the beginning, their bedroom may be in the back of the house. I can get
front. Yeah.
It was in the front.
Right there. It's on the corner in front. They have 2 big windows. So don't.
And the side window. They have a side window as well.
No, there's a picture of the back of the house I gave Scott. There's no picture on that side. Their headboard is on that side wall. On the upstairs, the downstairs there may be, but not on the upstairs because it's brick. But also, that gentleman, and I use it loosely, take it for what it is a police officer. He probably sleeps with a gun a poo-poo next to the bed. Sorry, Scott. A poo-poo next to the bed, pow-pow, whatever you want to call it.
Bazooka. I mean, now that you've said it, let's list models.
I apologize.
40 USP compact. What?
It's okay. He let me on the program, so the show's shot already. It's just
we've waved that white flag a long time ago.
Action is next to him. Anybody that comes in screaming and you're asleep, you're not going to sit there and go, oh, what's wrong, babe?
In their defense, they were drunk. They were up late. I can see somebody sleeping in a little bit, especially if the the drinking happened right up to when they went to bed.
Yeah, but Scott, here's another thing that's been really bugging the crustaceans out of me. I saved it. I saved it last second. I'm perfectly behaved.
Crustaceans, nice.
Calypson, leave me alone. Doing good. Being a good boy. But no, the thing is that we didn't hear about anybody say the words, well, I had a headache. Well, I was, you know what I mean? I felt like crud. Nobody had a hangover. Not a single person had a hangover? Are you kidding me? I'm ex-military. We drink like fish all the time. You know what I mean? And we got hangovers all the time. Okay, so yeah, there's no way everybody partied till 2 or 3 a.m. She had 7 drinks, but everybody was a Satan had 2.
Well, wait,
Come on.
wait. I would like to address the drink calculation for Karen Reed. All right,
Get him,
I am
Jules.
going to defend her on this. Okay, this is the thing. Thank you. When I go out, and I went out last night, this is how I do it. I order either a soda or a sweet tea, and I get a shot of vodka on the side. I pour half of the shot into my drink. When that's done, I ask for another. If I'm drinking soda or if I'm drinking whichever, I'll order another one. The other half of the shot goes in the drink. Do you know why I do that? I don't like heavy pours in my drink. I just don't. Okay. So to me, that's how I do it. And I think that's how she did it. And not to mention, it's like BOGOs. I'm getting buy one, get one free when I do it that way. I'm not paying full price for 2 drinks. So yeah, I always get a drink with a shot on the side. They miscalculated her drinks, and not to mention, they all were buying drinks for each other. So her receipts count for crap.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't drink. I can't drink. If I drink, well, I take it back. I could drink, but if I drink this much wine, I'm asleep for 10 hours and a tornado will go over the house and I won't wake up. I'm not really, I'm a super featherweight. So if you want to do something in the house and me not know about it, give me some wine. But what I don't understand is the alcohol levels. Everybody's all complaining about her alcohol level. What about all of their alcohol levels?
What about John O'Keefe's alcohol level?
You want to sit there on a witness stand and say what happened that night. This is the truth, this fact. I remember every point. I wasn't drunk. I wasn't this. How do we know? If you guys are drinking as much as she supposedly was drinking and they were putting beers down, you're sitting here putting beers down and whatever, then how can I trust your testimony? Because I don't know if you're fully sober and nobody checked them. And you're driving home drunk.
Well, and see, that's the other thing. If she was so drunk, as they say she was, why do you honestly think that John O'Keefe would have let her drive? I don't think so. That's number one. And they're making a big deal out of the fact that she walked out of the bar with a drink in her hand. Well, so did he. They were all drinking. They all left with drinks. They're all drinking and driving. Every last one of them. The case is a mess. It's a colossal mess.
When it comes to drinking, the difference between Karen and some of the witnesses is that Karen wasn't driving a police car. Other than that, they pretty much all were having a good time that night.
Which technically should terrify everyone.
Here's a video they showed, I think it was yesterday, or it started showing up yesterday. And I noticed it when they showed it in court. When John O'Keefe walked out, the witnesses said he had a white clear glass when he walked out of the bar. At home. He had a beer. He had the beer at the bar. And he walked out with a bottle.
But they keep saying it was a rocks glass. They keep saying it. They keep saying it was a rocks glass.
I thought I saw him pick up one of her drinks, one of Karen's drinks that she left.
He didn't have a drink in each hand. Karen may have had it with her, but he walked out with a beer bottle.
Karen, yeah, well,
I got another question for the panel, okay? Because this was never addressed. The defense never addressed it, and I found it very curious. The defense never addressed it. They never used it, in other words. But the prosecution never said anything either. They never said boo about this. Why was John a pervert?
Oh, I can answer that.
Okay, because I never heard why.
Okay, now, allegedly. Okay.
Oh boy! Okay, hang on.
Right.
I have to step in here. Be really, really careful.
That's why I'm saying allegedly.
Let's gloss over this as much as possible. There's
Rumors have it that the McAlberts have a thing about trading. Okay,
they're into Pokemon. I see what you're talking about. They're into Pokemon and pineapples.
I was right.
Yes, and trading off with each other allegedly.
I knew it.
And that Karen heard about this, and because in her mind he's in there with those people.
So she associated all that together. Okay, that's as far as we can go there.
That's all I got.
The trip to Aruba, and she misinterpreted what she saw.
The hug.
That may be also what she's referring to because the woman is younger.
Well, here's the thing, too, though, is that, remember, Recovery Addict, I said a long time ago on your show, I came on and I said, Recovery Addict, what about that lady that was on the stand that was all visceral and real angry at her? I said, what if everybody has to do their time, so to speak, and she and Karen wasn't going to do her time?
Yeah.
Wow.
We have to steer clear of that conversation for a little bit.
That's fine. I just wanted it the last speak because I said that a long time ago, and I was like, well, what if?
That's all alleged activity.
Yes.
It is all alleged, and I don't understand why Judge Bebb even allowed the Aruba stuff to come in. It was a month prior, had nothing to do with it. Saying that he was trying to get out of the relationship. That blah 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 blah.
Wasn't there a text message between Karen and John that mentioned Aruba? I think it gave context to that, and that's the only reason she would allow it in. Because other than that,
one of my mods sent me the entire text change, and it is in there. Can I say something, RA? And I hope you don't get mad at me for saying this. I am at 382. I'd love to get to 400.
What can somebody drop her link in the chat for me?
It has
please?
to be a mod. It has to be a mod. I'm going to bring Tisha in. Tisha, your mic's a little hot. I've got some noise on it. Are you there?
I am here. Can you hear me?
Yeah, there's a little hiss behind your audio, but that's it.
There's a lot of fans where I'm at, so if it's too loud, then...
Do you work at OnlyFans? No, just kidding.
No.
What's on your mind? I'll mute you after your comment here because it's a little the hiss is pretty bad. But what's on your mind?
Sorry, I just wanted to hop in and say hi because my hubby was here. So hi, Saul, and I wanted to chat, but if it's too loud, then that's okay.
No, you're good. Thal is apparently has changed his name. It's not so perfectly behaved Thal.
Wait, what?
I don't know. It just is what it is. So, Tisha, welcome. It's funny. You guys have the whole dating thing going on through chat. So Braxton's just finding out about that now. Welcome.
Thank you. I saw somebody in chat was crushing on Braxton too.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, we just keep him around because he's eye candy.
You've got a whole dating thing going on here.
I don't know what you're talking about.
what really drives the ladies crazy is when Braxton comes on and he does one of those little hair flips with his hand.
He's
right,
just showing
right
off.
there. Crowd goes wild. Look at that. Look at that.
curl.
Look.
All right, Tish, I'm going to mute your channel, pop you out. The hiss
That's
is pretty
okay.
bad.
I'll hop off. But thank you. Bye,
Thanks.
guys.
We'll see
Bye,
you.
waifu.
Bye, hubby.
Jules, do you have a channel?
No, no. I know everybody wanted me to have one. It scares me. It's work. It's a lot of commitment. However, I do, and I'm not technically savvy, but I do have a friend that is now putting something together for me that may premiere soon.
I want to know.
Well, I'll let Scott know. Yeah, I'm kind of. It's a scary thing, and it's a commitment. And like once the Maya trial had died down, I had run into some health issues and stuff, so I backed off of the TikTok, and then I just got into a place where I wasn't moving forward, and it's only been the past 6 weeks. The health has picked up and everything, and I'm back to normal. Thank you, Lord, for that. And so I'm getting back into the swing of things, and everybody's telling me instead of going back to TikTok that I should transition to YouTube, but he's working on something and he's waiting for my final approval, and we'll see. I don't know. What do you think, Scott?
I use the phrase like this often, but when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And I have the perfect solution for everyone who wants to share their message, because what works for me works for you, right? I'm a big fan of this platform. I've been on TikTok. I got a lot of exposure on TikTok, but it wasn't what I wanted. It was hard to convert it into the dialogue and the what I was looking for. You do much better over there than I do. But I love what YouTube offers for this type of community. I think it's great. So, but it's not for everybody. It takes a lot to put it in. The technical side of it is real, and it doesn't go away. And
So we'll see. I like doing guest spots.
It's awesome to have you on. We've seen you on a lot of different channels, so that's
I like doing the guest spots, but it is what it is. But we'll see. There's a lot of trials coming up here, locally, that I want to hit on. So
awesome. Lenova's asking, what was TikTok like for me? I did TikTok while I was experimenting with viral videos. I wanted to make a viral video. That was my goal. And I did a lot of research, and then I made a video, and it worked. And I got 16.2 million views and 55,000 followers, and I made, I think, $600. But that was in about a month and a half. So it was fun. It was very hard to convert people from watching a TikTok to joining a YouTube page or subscribing on Facebook or anything else. They like to scroll, and they like the click like button, but that's about it. But
we'll see. I don't know what the future is going to bring. I'm just happy to wake up every morning.
we're now at let's see, 1:41 by my clock, which means they've got about a little less than 2 hours left of possible deliberation today. If they are starting over, I'm surprised it's been this long. But the jury obviously feels like they got their hands slapped and sent back to work. They've eaten lunch, they finished lunch, now deliberating for about an hour after that. So
I think that because of what the judge said to them, this afternoon is going to be intense in that jury room, because these people want out. They're done. They're over it. So either some hands are going to be forced, or by 5 o'clock, they're going to send in a note saying, we are definitely hung and that there is no possible way that we can come to an agreement.
Lax Subtle corrected me. Lunch is from 1 to 2, so they're still having lunch right now.
It'll be over in 10 minutes.
I hope it's a working lunch. It's like, hey, please pass a napkin and the evidence.
I would expect.
Send me the solo cups, please. Need another solo cup.
I would expect that they are working through lunch. But Scott, did you experiment with your vehicle going backwards at 24 miles an hour? Because I tried it in a parking lot and I didn't get past 10 miles without literally, I thought I was going to lose control of my car. And there was no snow.
I have done reverse. I've loved driving in reverse since I was a kid. I'm pretty much like Mater when it comes to that. So give me an open parking lot and I can do it. On a road, I'm a little more nervous, especially if there's cars and mailboxes and things like that. So that's fast in reverse, but I can do it. I can drive that speed in reverse. Not sure if I'd get up to it in 60 feet. In snow, that's what I usually practice. So yes.
Okay.
I was fine driving in reverse, especially rear-wheel drive or a front-wheel drive vehicle in reverse, and you drive really fast, and then you get a little bit off angle, and the whole car just swings around. It starts spinning donuts.
Yes, it's fun.
Yeah. So you can do it. You just can lose control quickly.
What in the world?
Rob topped out at 15 to 19 in the snow. It's harder in a long vehicle like a station wagon that I drove as a kid. Welcome back, Kristen.
Hello, how are you?
Doing well.
I was thinking about this. When I was in my 20s, a long time ago, I was actually hit by a car that was pulling out of a parking space in a grocery store. Now, obviously, they weren't going 24 miles an hour. They were going a whole lot slower than that. But, and I was bruised. I was big time bruised. So if she was going even 10 miles an hour and hit him, I would suspect that there would have been bruising.
Yeah. I think that debunked that alone, the bruising issue debunked the state's theory of how the car struck Mr. O'Keefe on its own.
Scott, did you get the police report from, I think it was 2019, with the photos of Paul O'Keefe's car accident, DUI charge?
Is that the civilian or the death? The 1994 one?
No. That would have been the Albert.
The Albert. Okay.
That was the Albert. But John O'Keefe, it was either 2019 or 2020. I'll send it to you. In the police report, it states that he was going, ironically, 24 miles an hour, and he improperly changed lanes and had an accident. If you saw that, and they also had the photo of the vehicle, the car was demolished, and he was charged.
Pictures. Oh my
you
God!
Saw it? Okay, and did you read the report?
I haven't seen this one.
Ironically, 24 miles an hour at the point of impact, and he was charged with, driving while intoxicated and all of that stuff. Guess who bailed him out, and guess who paid for his attorney fees?
I'm guessing that's somebody we met in court already.
Ms. Reed.
Mm-hmm.
Testing.
Ms. Reed.
We hear testing, Thal. It's working.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Angela's joining us back. Vern has a question. Does the body bruise after death? Would bruising have had time to show up? That's a good point, but I would say yes, because we had bruising in the head where he was hit. There was bruising inside. I would say yes, that there was time to show up. Plus, there was bleeding. As long as there's bleeding, external blood, like we found the blood in the snow. There should have been bruising in the body.
If he was hit by the car, let's say the Commonwealth's theory is correct. She backed into him. His main injury is sustained to the back of the head. He only had a thing here, and a little abrasion on the knee. Let's forget about the arm. I tried to figure out how the heck did this happen to him without anything else on his body being broken, bruised up. So was he like bent over and his head down? I mean, how could it happen? I tried all ways to figure out how this accident took place, and I can't figure his placement for her to back into him.
Angela, do you have a thought on that?
Yes, I did some based on Trooper Paul's data that he shared. I did some calculations based on what I know in physics, and it's impossible for that to happen on that street. There's an option on Google Drive that you can draw on maps, Google Maps, and you can even see how far the distances between 2 points, and you can't do that on usual Google Maps. So I calculated how big the yard is, how even the length of the yard and the width of the street and width of the yard and length of the house across the street. In order for that to happen, and in order for Karen to hit him, she has to start driving from the yard across the street in order for that to happen. It's impossible. Let's say that she did it that way. Or if she did it the other way, as in she drove, as if she didn't start from the, let's say, from the yard across the street, but from the, like she backed like this, like they say that she, like Jennifer said, that she just she saw the car moving. She saw from first where their parking is, then at where the hydrant was. So if she moved like that, she either had to have started chasing him from the neighboring yard, or she would have ended up in the yard next to the, like, it's either way. She wouldn't have been able to start the chase from, like, on the 34th ferry. Just not possible based on the length of that street and the width. Not the street, just the whole yard.
The math doesn't add up. Any way you try to build it, you can't recreate the scenario using a dummy. You can't put his body where it ended up based on what the state thinks happened. There's just, and for Trooper Paul to get up there and say that you can't use physics in calculating what would happen here because the size ratio's off. Even in his own calculations, which he tried, he says you have to severely overestimate the speed of the car to get his body to fly where he wants it to be.
Well, don't forget, though, Trooper Paul said the crime scene spoke to him and stuff.
As someone who works in a science center, well, worked until recently, I might continue in the fall, I don't know. There is no such a thing as the crime scene spoke. The science spoke to us. You know how it speaks to us? With the results. That way it speaks. We see the results in front of us. It speaks. It's possible. It's not possible. Black and white. No gray zone. No whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, Angela, I got to give you some pushback. First off, okay, the crime scene spoke to him. He took crystals out and said a little seance dance, and it came to him in little vapors of incense and special dancing. Okay, so that's number one. Okay, so right there, debunked. And number two, okay, my theory, did your calculations take into account if he was Spider-Man or Superman? No, they didn't. Boom, win for me. Still making W's.
If he was Superman, he would have lived through the impact.
That's not the point.
Just bounced.
But I have another debunking. Scott,
girl.
I sent you a link in the private chat
I
from
see that
the
here.
chart that I made. All the links.
You want me to share it?
Yeah, it's the temperature that night from the canton. It's the public information. All the links are there. And based on that, that he couldn't have been there from like 1 a.m. It's impossible.
Okay, give me
And
just
you
a second.
can't account for how many people, especially the kids, the Nagel group. They didn't see anything. Nobody saw anything. Nobody saw the Ford Ed. I mean, this is like crazy. And the plow truck driver. I gotta believe that guy. He did 3 passes, and he said there was nobody on that lawn at 2:30 in the morning.
You see how cold it is? It's like I put both in Celsius and kilometer per hour. So for people who, it's like extremely cold, and you have wind and chill, which is like a real field temperature. And if you go down, you see how far how the kicks in the hypothermia. So it would have taken him for up to 45 minutes if he was still alive to die from hypothermia.
How can you do the math on the body? If he was say normal body temperature and did get hit at that time, based on the temperature, if he had died, okay, we assume he was dead, right? I know they didn't call him dead until he was in the hospital a while later, But how did the body cool down at the right rate for the time this happened?
Well, they took his body temperature at 80.1 when he was in the hospital. So his body temperature should have been around 75-ish, because it takes a while to warm somebody up. It didn't happen like that. And so I would estimate about 75. And as far as his heartbeat, they did say they found a sinus rhythm on him once they got him into the EMS. So we'll never know if he was actually deceased and they brought him back or not.
Well, I was thinking conventional thinking is if he had a heartbeat, he's not dead yet.
Mm-hmm.
But that doesn't mean he's going to get better.
No.
Now,
Couldn't have been normal.
Well, now that we have Braxton back, Atta K, I have a question for you, and Angela. It's a scientific as well as a first responder question. Now, if Braxton is within 5 feet of the person needing to warm up and he does the hair flip, how much quicker does their body temperature rise in that case? Because this is could what happened. Braxton could have drove by, flipped his hair, and we just don't know. Okay, see right there you go. He just raised the temp by 10 degrees right there. I'm feeling hotter already.
For a couple viewers, particularly.
Happen about as fast as a dead snail can crawl.
I tried, Braxton. I'm sorry, bro.
I have a question. I don't know if anybody else caught it, but didn't one of the kids say that Colin was not there the same time as John was?
Yes.
That was, yeah.
Would that not infer that John was there?
Yeah.
That's how I picked that up. And what about Brian Higgins when he finally admitted, first it was like, no, the guy didn't come in there. Well, I saw a guy come in, tall guy with dark hair.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Well, wait a minute. What about when Jen McCabe sat there and said what she said? She let the little birdie slip.
She sure did.
Say that one more time. What part was that?
McCabe let the little birdie slip in court when she said, what was it she said when so-and-so wasn't there because Colin wasn't there when John was?
That part.
She slipped that in court. And that's right after she said that, she went to her little crying fit.
Exactly. I'm not on trial here. I am a witness in this case. And my family has been harassed. Yeah.
Is that a recording? Does that sound like a recording?
Oh no. She was Jules doesn't do her justice. She was much more shrill and entitled. That was, oh my Lord.
That woman is never going to live down. Jen!
I thought it was great, her interaction with the attorney, where she was like, and you posted mean things online bullying me. And the attorney goes, I didn't post anything.
I'm sorry. I have a friend named Jennifer, and I love her to death, but I would love to have that on my phone when she called.
I know how to edit videos and audio. I can do it for you.
I was just going to say, I'm sure that can be done.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I had Logic Pro so I can do that as well.
We've gone off the rails here. I apologize. We probably strayed in some areas we probably shouldn't as well. I owe some apologies, probably to a few witnesses, a couple of people who were watching court, maybe a few viewers as well. So apologies all around. I'll try harder.
Apologies. We're sorry.
So
this is 9 weeks of 8 hours a day turns out to be.
Well, for Jules, just real quick, and for the audience, Recovery Addict, if they're this is just YouTube advice if you're planning to form a channel. I've been doing it for 8 years. You've been doing it for 3.5, I think, 4 years now, Recovery Addict, on YouTube.
Trying for quite a while.
Yeah.
3 months.
But yeah, 3 months. There you go. So some good advice for anybody that's going to get a YouTube channel. First things first, don't worry about the algorithm. Don't worry about anything else. If you get trolls in your comment section, there's this beautiful little button called hide user from channel. Use it every time. Do not respond, because the thing is they can see their own comments. They can even comment in the videos, but you can't see it. Nobody else can either. It's beautiful.
Oh.
It's the most wondrous thing in the world.
They're yelling into the ether.
It's called hide.
Know that.
Go to their comment and hit hide user from channel. It doesn't block them. You still get the revenue from their views too, which is the greatest thing in the world. So they can hate watch you all they want. Oh yeah, they can even watch your streams, but they still can't comment. It's wonderful.
What's that? Do you know
I
one?
need to write this down because I'll forget.
You're a lard ass.
Yeah, and the other thing is, and this is what I told Recovery Addict when he was, I think Recovery Addict was like 5 or 10,000, somewhere in there in subs. And he had already had this in his head, so smart guy. Full credit to Recovery Addict. He didn't need my advice on this one. But pickles, not politics. Keep whatever's on your channel, keep that theme. Never dip into drama. Never dip into politics. Treat it like a radioactive wasteland. Stay away. Because if you make a comment, others... Because, well, if you make a comment, other creators will take that you're stepping into their lane, and they'll take fire at you. So just
there are enough things that we can agree on that we don't need to focus on the things we don't. So that's where I start on.
Well, the thing is I need to come up with a catchphrase like pickles, no politics.
Oh, you will eventually. Just let it naturally happen. It's or get me on a live stream, and I'll get your channel taken down because I'm in. Well,
thing, come join me, and you can hop on anytime. I'm looking for people to hop on. I like.
Hey, hit me up. Hit me up.
Yes, dear.
Come on when you see me, and I'll let you on.
I subbed today, so I'll be on the lookout.
Recovery Addict, you want to give them the advice that they should never ever let me on without a guardrail.
I will say I have had a talk with
it doesn't matter if you're not monetized.
Well, I was going to say I'm doing a fun Friday night fun night, and that's where I like to have people come on.
Yeah, it's good fun. I'm a huge fan of this platform. I'm a huge fan of the community in general because this community is awesome. First of all, they're thinkers more than just like entertain me. So we get a lot of different ideas. We get a lot of different professions. You get people representing every field you can imagine out here. I mean, we have, like you look in chat, we have people who are electronics experts, people who could correct the cell phone experts and the DNA experts when they go wrong. We've got all that here in this amazing community. And so it's just a lot of fun to hang out with y'all. It's It's just awesome. It's the best job in the world. Literally. If you want to do this, huge fan. Seriously, people call me all the time and say, "Hey, can you give me some advice?" Yes, I would love to. If you need a hand getting started, I encourage this. I don't think that there's a scarcity mentality out there among content creators often that think that, you know, if I have let somebody else or tell somebody else how I'm doing this, then they're going to take my viewers and I won't, you know, I won't be able to do what I want to do. The internet is huge. It's massive. There are so many people out there. There are so many people who haven't discovered what you're interested yet in. And if you were just out there, they would find it, and you would find an amazing audience for you. So I'm a huge fan of doing it. Don't listen to what the haters say. Do you. Be you. Start small. Don't overinvest. Start with what you have. I don't know why I got on this tech topic, but
no,
give me a call.
It's great advice. It really is great advice. The only problem is that what we're into, there's so many true crime, you know, trial watches, all of that out there, that it's the competition is great. And I like going to trial. So how do I with TikTok? It was easy because while I'm in the courthouse or whatever, I could go downstairs and make a TikTok and put it out there and go back into court or call Scott. But how do you do that with a YouTube? How do you do that? You can't.
As far as just going live with YouTube?
Yeah, if I'm in court observing a trial.
Yeah. The problem with YouTube is the option is there, but you have to be monetized first. You have to have 1,000 subscribers, and then they'll let you go live from mobile. So I can go live from mobile like I could on TikTok now, but I couldn't just starting out. So you need to have the channel before you get the ability, which YouTube does backwards there.
And another thing you could do, Jules, that I thought about doing this for RA, just because I'm retired, I have money, and I don't care.
Nice.
Yeah. I had to go to war for 3 years for it, but I got it. But
Thank you for your service, by the way.
Oh, it's not a problem, sweetheart. It's just a job. But the thing what I was thinking of doing was going into whatever case RA's currently covering, like a big one like this one, go into the courtroom and then watch the jurors, take notes as you're watching the jurors. And then at halftime or lunch break, whatever, what you do is you come outside, you give RA a call, and you say, okay, when they said this, juror 2 looked like this, juror 4 looked like this. And you can...
Yeah, that's what I did. I did for him for Kowalski versus J Hatch.
Oh, there you go. See, there's your niche, hon. There's your side niche.
Yes, but how does that work for me having my own channel? I mean, I love calling in and giving Scott the lowdown, but for somebody
catch,
like me, I can't have a channel. That's where I'm struggling. I can't.
The problem is it has to do with fair use and using existing video. When there's another channel, a lot of news channels, we can use stuff with fair use. We have to add commentary. We have to add value. We have to do certain things to make it legal for us to use their feed, even without their permission. That's why I started Top Mark Media, is because I want to start bringing those feeds to people who are in the courtroom and who want to share something on their channel and not have to provide, constantly pausing it or talking over it. You'll see a lot of bigger channels, they'll constantly pause court to talk just to make sure they're still in the fair use category. I want to change it a little bit. I want to make it so that I can bring you court and be in court and bring you commentary on the same channel. And that's sort of how I'm doing it. So
That's interesting.
Oh, did I I'll put you back in the green room. Sorry. Ada, did you want to be out of the green room, or did you disappear?
I don't know what happened? Everything just went whoop.
Oh.
You froze.
My internet went down.
It was the FBI, Ada K. What'd you do? What'd you do? That's the FBI right there. What'd you do, Ada K?
Okay, so here's what I want to say. We are
Can I
We're at
share
2
again?
We're at 2:00. They've got 2.5. They've got an hour and a half left of deliberation. It's time for the weekend. I'm going to call it that we're not going to have a verdict tonight.
I'm going to say they're going, at the end of the day, they're going to say we are hopelessly deadlocked. And put Judge Bev in a position where she's going to have to call it.
I think Lenova, I think you're right. I think the judge has a more formal option for an Allen charge that's still on her playlist. So I don't think, I think she might give them that and then tell them to wait, come over the weekend, come back on Monday. We'll see.
What was that charge she said this morning? I never heard of it. I can't remember what it was, but I'm like, what is she talking about?
I could rewind on the stream here. I think it was actually Mr. Yannetti who brought it up. Let's see.
I'm going to say I love everyone and I'm out of here. I'm going to run away. Love you guys.
We'll see you all.
Even though I don't know you. Rodriguez charge. Thank you, lazy retired lady. That's what it was. What is a Rodriguez charge? Does anyone know?
Hang on. We're going to do a replay of what they said here in court. This is a replay. This is not live.
In the meantime, I'm going to Google Rodriguez charge.
You are unmuted.
Anybody who wants to join me tonight, 7 Central Time.
This is not live.
Back on the record,
this is a replay.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Okay.
Is it live?
No,
right,
this is a replay.
Counsel, you're aware of a note from the jury.
We're going to skip ahead.
Simply hasn't been sufficient time yet.
And what does the defense say?
We believe that there has been sufficient.
All right, so I'll hear from both of you in more detail. Mr. Lally, I will hear you.
Your Honor, the jury received this case
this is delayed.
Earlier this week. They've had slightly shortened days, and I'm not in any way, shape, or form suggesting that they haven't.
I'm going to skip Lally. I want to hear just Mr. Yannetti.
All right, thank you. Mr. Yannetti, I'll hear you.
Your Honor, I would disagree with Mr. Lally's characterization of the note. The word exhaustive is the word I think that's operative here. They're communicating to the court that they've exhausted all manner of compromise, all manner of persuasion, and they're at an impasse. This is a case where the jury has the legal instructions. They've only really asked one question, which was to try to get a report that they were not allowed to get. And I think the message has been received that the evidence is closed. They won't get anything more. They've been working essentially nonstop over the last 3-4 days. We're approaching a weekend. They didn't come back with this at 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock. They're at 12 o'clock and they have nowhere to turn. So our position is the jury should be read the Tui Rodriguez model instruction and go from there.
Okay. All right. So you all know that it is.
That's all.
Within
that's all
my discretion. I
Just
decide. So
I'm the boss.
It says here, a Rodriguez charge doesn't have a widely recognized legal definition. What does?
Up to
I don't know what that means.
Judge.
Whatever.
It just means that it's probably not as formal as an Allen charge.
She's gonna have. Is it? If I'm not mistaken, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Doesn't she have a legal duty to give the Allen charge?
Not in Massachusetts. It's a state by state thing. Some states don't have it at all. I'm looking at the Commonwealth versus Isaac Rodriguez, the case itself, to see what the background was on that one. And in that one, I think the judge removed a juror, sat an alternate, and then told them to start over.
Ooh, that'd suck.
Yeah, it was improper. She apparently the holdout juror. Okay, hang on. On appeal, defendants argued that the judge improperly discharged juror 13, apparently a holdout juror on a then deadlocked jury, for comments that she made about other jurors while she was on a cellular telephone in the jury room, failed to instruct the reconstituted jury properly on her reasons for the discharge of juror 13, and conducted an incomplete voir dire of the jury regarding their consideration of a statute that one of them had found on the internet. This jury sounds like a mess. They've got cell phones and they're on the internet. And that the jury referenced on their complaints about juror 13. Okay, so this might have been the case that set up the instruction. I don't know. I have to dig through it. It's a lot to read here.
Yeah, it's confusing as well.
I don't know. I think we don't have a verdict tonight, and I think we call it early weekend. If nothing else, this will inspire the jury, knowing that we're not live anymore, to promptly reach a conclusion and come back and join us and have a verdict.
True enough, but then we have 4th of July. What is that? Wednesday? Yeah, I think it's either Wednesday or Thursday.
If we don't have a verdict today, I don't think we're having a verdict next week. This jury's hung.
Break out the flow charts.
What are the chances that when the jury comes back, when the jury talks to the press or whoever, that they say that they're like not guilty from the start, from the jump, but there was one who was holding them, and that's what was going on this whole time.
Well,
probably pretty likely.
I just got a text message from someone who is there, because I asked specifically about, because she's a reporter and she's in the courtroom. She just finally got back to me, and she said that they all appear to be in good spirits. Like no one looked mad or moody, or from what she sensed. The only thing she says here is what she said to me earlier, that there were 2 women that were vigorously nodding their heads up and down when the judge said, go back. So
that strikes me as a foreman who has reached a conclusion without the agreement of the jury. Because usually the jury has to, the foreman's supposed to speak for the jury. This is why we pull the jury when there's a verdict. If in case the foreman came out and just has written a letter and said, this is the way it is, this is the way we're filling out the form, you guys have to deal with it. We get that just so we know that everyone actually is on board with what the foreman said.
And she said they were all dressed up. The women were in dresses, the men were in suits. One had a bow tie on. Does that sound familiar? One had a bow tie. But yeah, she said, she said two of the women were going, like, yeah, they wanted to go back. So you think the four person took a liberty here?
Well, the 4-person said they're hopelessly deadlocked, right? And if you've got 2 people saying yes, send us back to deliberate, or it's either that or yes, give us lunch. Those are the 2 options from that. And I don't think it's the lunch one. Usually you're not that emphatic about receiving lunch unless you're really hungry. I don't know. I think we call it here. I think we've this was the only other thing we can do to this. Our version of the Allen charge is to call the live stream, turn it off, and let the jury think they can sneak one by us.
If you in the live stream, they'll come back.
Yeah. I want to say thank you to Braxton, Jules, Angela, Sim, Ada K, Thal was in there. Everybody who's been a member. We've had quite a few people jump on and share, whether it's the thoughts on the case or just the pets or just saying hello, or even if you just jumped on to say hi to your future internet husband, Tisha. So thank you.
No.
But that's awesome. We've had a fun day. I'm going to say let's start the weekend now. And
hopefully I'll see some of y'all tonight.
Yeah.
All right.
You're
Thanks.
going to be on tonight. Thanks, Ada. Appreciate it.
What time are you going on? 7? At
7
7?
Central Time.
Oh, what is that for me?
Where are you?
8.
8.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Blessings. Y'all be safe.
All right. We'll see you, Ada.
For your
Bye.
weekend.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. Braxton, thanks for keeping the OnlyFan up there. Appreciate your comments today. Good luck to you. I reach out if we need to talk about some options for you. So I think Angela stepped away for a minute. So we'll pop her off there. Braxton, you're muted. You're muted. Like on your side, not on my side. Why can I not hear you? Talk again. Nope. You're completely quiet. I don't know why. On my side, it says it's working.
Not my.
Now I can hear you.
Yep. Yeah. Give me a call. There's a lot of stuff we got to talk about.
Sounds good. Is there somebody behind you?
No. My camera is really bad and doesn't do the exclusion well, and my room is not for public view at the moment.
Okay. It looked like somebody's hand was behind you. They were like standing behind you. So, all right. Awesome. Shoot me a text on the burner phone. So put your number back on top because
will do.
My burner phone has lost all names associated with numbers.
Oh.
So, thank you very much, Braxton. Have
a good one.
A good one. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye. All right. So now it's just me and OnlyFan. We're gonna call it. The weekend is gonna begin. Of course, as soon as I do this, you know what's gonna happen. We're gonna have motion in the court, and we're gonna be summoned back to the Judge Beverly's courtroom for that. It's been a fun day today. Appreciate everybody. Thanks to the mods for keeping things in order, even though I sort of throw it into chaos. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again on Monday morning or sooner if Judge Beverly has something to say about it. But Monday morning. You guys have a good weekend. It's if you're in the United States, we're the weekend before the 4th of July. It's going to be really busy next weekend, so make sure you do something fun this weekend as well. And stay safe. Be good to each other. Been a lot of fun. What else? Have a salad. I'm going to make a salad right now. I've not eaten lunch yet, so we will make a salad. You guys are amazing. Catch you on the flip side. We'll see you. Bye-bye. Oh, my camera's frozen. That's nice. This one works. There we go. I have to go. And this one. There. Perfect. First try. You guys have fun. Appreciate it. We'll see you Monday. Bye-bye.
I was kickback, taking it easy.
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way. Because he's the guy.